Baik, Kak.
Ya, Mas.
Yulma ini Dharma Jaya nih siapa ya? Peserta ya?
Iya.
Ada di attendance. Oke, berarti nanti mereka peserta di accept jam 10 teng ya? Apa nunggu ini dulu?
Nanti nggak apa-apa. Tunggu aja dulu, Mas.
Oh, itu Dokter
Dibiarin aja
Amit
dulu.
Kumar
Nah,
Marwah.
Dokter Amit.
Dokter Amit,
Terus nggak ada.
bukan narasumber sih.
Dokter Amit kayaknya belum nggak di sesi 3, kayaknya sesi kedua atau gitu. Tapi kayaknya mau nonton lagi deh.
Hmm, nggak ada dia loh. Dia nggak di, mungkin udah kemarin kali ya. Dia udah hari pertama, Dokter Amit.
Hi, good morning, everybody. My video is disabled. Good morning, team. Was everybody on? Can you hear me?
Hai, halo, Carmen,
Ah,
and you.
morning, Jen. You can put your
Good morning,
camera
Isarman.
on. You can put your camera on. I'm busy doing my hair.
Oke.
Good morning.
Good morning.
And we're off to the last day. Oh goodness. It's been a busy 2 days. Good morning, Halia. And is that Deanie? Who's next to you? Let me put my glasses on. Oops. Is that Dean? Ah, it's Deanie. How are you, ladies? Are you good?
Hello, I cannot hear you.
Good
Bentar.
morning.
Ini matiin dari suara situ biar aku aja yang hidup. Soalnya Budini mau ngomong. Ya.
Hello, Charmaine.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can the panelists? Can the attendees hear us, or are they muted? Can are the attendees on already?
There are 5 attendees already.
But no.
Oh, I was. It's been absolutely exhausting, and my daughter is actually immigrating on Monday. So once I finish here, I'm rushing off to her place to help with the packing till midnight. Last night we had supper at midnight.
Oh,
went supper at midnight, and I only had 2 hours sleep. And I'm also preparing for a conference on Wednesday. We're doing a conference for 5 days in India. So
wow.
it's like busy. It's busy. So yeah, but good. So for this morning, for this morning, we've got, where's today? Oh, there we go.
Happy
Yeah.
morning, one
So
and all.
so how many? Morning, Dr. Vishnu. Morning.
Charmaine. So I'll stand by for today then.
Okay, okay. How was your trip yesterday?
Yes, it was good. I just arrived at 11 p.m. So it's 6
Oh,
hours driving start from Jakarta.
yeah. I know life was actually very hectic.
Yeah.
So I was saying yesterday that my wish is to do another event like this next year. Maybe after February. I must just check when the weather is actually good, and I'm gonna come to Indonesia, and I want to do it live from Indonesia, live from Porto.
Yes, hopefully.
Please.
Yes, that's my plan. That's my plan to come and do it live next year. Because I've got, and there's like a whole lot more universities now that want me to do events. But just this week, it's been very, very crazy. Gosh, it's been like hectic. It'll get better. So it's because I've got your one, and then the other one is only supposed to be next weekend for 2 days, and they changed it now to 5 days. So it's like crazy, 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 and lots of confusion because I've got 3 events. It's Indonesia and 2 in India, and it's like all one after each other. So even the speakers are getting confused, like, which event am I on? So I say, but like you on all 3, you know. It's quite it's quite daunting, shame for some of them. So yes. So earlier, how long, Dini, how long is the video clip, the Indonesia video clip? Was it 5 minutes? Yeah,
Less than 5 minutes, I think. Yeah, just
less than
3
5 minutes. Oh, awesome. Oh, I see Dr. Sampath is here. Good morning, Dr. Sampath. I see you here early. Good morning.
Yeah, happy morning, one and all.
Morning.
I'm just
So
adding the background.
yeah. So Dr. Sampath and Dini, so the sequence for this morning is you play, Dr. Vishnu comes on. Dr. Vishnu, today's his turn, is coming on and he's going to greet everybody. Then you're going to play the Indonesia video clip.
The Indonesia is 2 minutes, but we can put it on loop if it is needed.
No, that's fine. The 2 minutes is perfect.
2 minutes.
So Dr. Vishnu will greet everybody. The video clip, I will come on and I will introduce Dr. Sampath, and then Dr. Sampath will take over for his session. So first up is Dr. Deepak, and then we've got Vandana. So Dr. Deepak slide, Dr. Vandana Sharma, there's 2 Vandanas. So Vandana Sharma slide, Dr. Ismail Akbani slide, Dr. Ilham slide, and then Anuj is not here, he's sick, he's not here. And then as soon as we're done with that session, then Dr. Sampath will conclude and we can have a 10-minute break. We must have breaks today.
Yeah, because yesterday we don't have any break, right? Yeah.
Did they tell you that, Dr. Vishnu? It started off slowly yesterday, and after that it was like just so busy. There was no time for breaks. We went right through it, not a single minute break yesterday. So today, so instead of Dr. Anuj, we'll take a break this morning, and then we'll carry on with session 2. So session 2 is Dr. Shivani, session 2. And then it's Dr. Abba Rishi. Yeah, it's Dr. Shivani, Dr. Abba Rishi, Dr. Deepak Saha, Sonic Saurabh, Atul Padalka, and then we go into another break. So that's our sequence for today.
Yeah.
And then I'll post on the group the afternoon session. I see they all want to know what's the India time for all their sessions. Oh, let me go and find the Let me go and find my program.
That's it, Balla.
It has been storming in Cape Town since Thursday night. It's been storming, it's been flooding, it's like absolutely crazy weather. So this morning also when I woke up at 2 o'clock this morning and I see it's storming outside. So
Thanks God, the
I hope
connection is still okay, Charmaine, there.
so
Yeah.
yeah, I'm still okay. I'm still okay. So
I saw
I
it
have my
on TikTok.
Yeah, you're
pardon?
still at the TikTok.
Yeah,
The Cape Town.
the Cape Town
Yeah.
was flooded
yeah.
and storm.
Yeah, so this year is the first time in many years that we've had such terrible storms where the waves on the sea were actually hitting 6 to 8 meters. So it's like it was hectic. All our dams overfilled, all the rivers flooded. It's like, oh my goodness. It was quite hectic this year. But at least I'm safe. So I was thank God for that, you know. It's been terrible. Yeah. First time ever. Okay. Okay, so do we know okay, we still got few minutes. We'll give it an extra 5 minutes. I just want to see if we'll
Yes.
only start if the other panelists are here. And I don't see anyone. There's no one here as yet. Where's Dr. D? Let me just
Yeah, the first session, I mean, the first session panelist hasn't been already here.
none of them. So we'll have to wait a
None of
bit.
them.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yesterday also we had to wait at least for half an hour. So let's just see who joins. Let me just send them a message on the group quickly.
That's okay though, Charmaine. We can just swap if any other speakers has already been here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, Nana here. Let's see.
And
Yeah, there's no one here.
making it flexible.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You see, that's the thing with the conferences. You know, once you've got your slides, you've got to be so flexible because yesterday, Dr. Binod, no, on Saturday, he, instead of being first, he was last. And, you know, yesterday also we chopped and changed. So that's how conferences go. But you guys have mastered it now for the 3 days. Yay.
Yeah. So we are, I mean, it's going to be ready for next year. So everybody is already professional for healthy seminars next year.
Absolutely. No, and next year I'm gonna be there. Next year I'm gonna be
hopefully,
there.
yeah.
I'm like a real driver. I'm like running all over. So yeah. So
Yeah.
next year we must do another entrepreneurship one, and then we must do a workshop. I like to do a workshop, you know, a workshop faculty. So yeah, so maybe Minister Siti will help us next year so that we
Hopefully.
can do,
Yes.
you know, we can operate and do more universities. So because you see with what's happening around the globe, the global economy, with the global economy taking such a bang, more countries are experiencing problems with unemployment. So we need to get that actually going. Oh, fantastic. I see Dr. Deepak is here.
Dr. Deepak was joining.
Yes, Dr. Deep. So we're waiting for Vandana, Ismail, and Dr. Ilham. Dr. Vishnu,
Ilham.
you wanna just check?
Okay, then.
Welcome,
Okay,
Dr.
yeah.
Deepak.
Thank you. Good morning from Singapore.
Good
Oh,
morning.
look at that.
Singapore.
Good
Look
morning.
at that. Beautiful.
Good morning from
wind.
Indonesia.
Yes, nice to see
Morning, Dr.
neighbors
Deepak.
nearby Indonesia near. Yes, thanks, Charmaine. You are very charming.
Charmaine, you're very charming.
Yeah, and we
Thank
have
you
got,
so much.
I think we have got
Tell that to
Vishnu
my
also, correct?
tell that to my mom.
Sure. Give her a number. I will call her and tell her.
Thank you. I just want to just check with
And how shall Harlia, correct? Harlia, Ika? How I pronounce your name?
whose name?
Oh,
Harlia Ika.
oh,
correct?
I'm Dini. I'm using Herlia.
Oh, yes,
Zoom
okay.
link. My name is Dini. I'm from
Nice meeting you.
Indonesia.
Yes, Indonesia. Nearby. We are neighbors here nearby.
Yeah.
And today, how much time I have got for speaking?
I was actually opening. Do you have the program in front of you? I'm still opening my program.
Okay, so today there will be 3 plenary sessions, 7, 8, and 9. And the first plenary session, the plenary session speaker is Dr. Sampat. He's already here. Dr. Sampat,
Yeah.
welcome. Also, and then the first speaker will be you, Dr. Deepak.
Yeah, how much he's got? Does he have 30 minutes? How much time
30,
does he have?
30 minutes. Yeah.
30 minutes.
Okay, fantastic. I'm looking for my. Oh, there we go. I was looking for my timetable.
30 minutes. Okay.
Dr. Sampat, how are you?
Yeah, I'm great. So nice to catch you all here.
Okay.
It would have been nice, like we all meet directly once. I've been visiting Indonesia on an assignment to meet the incubators there.
Oh,
So I
yeah.
met a couple of my friends there. Somehow my background is not picking up, so I just blurred
It's okay. It's okay. You can just do it without the background and just blur the background.
Yeah, I blurred that.
Yeah. Maybe it doesn't work well.
So I just want to make sure that all the speakers are here before we start, otherwise we're gonna be stuck again. So I just want to see who else is here. So we've got. Let's see. Okay, Dr. Vandana will be joining us in 5 minutes. I'm just calling the other two.
So how many speakers are there for this session? So how many?
Okay, so
You've got 3 speakers. 3 speakers, sir.
Okay, that's great. So my summary will be at the end of the session, right?
Yes. Yeah.
I'm sorry, Charmaine, it will be 5 speakers, not 3. Dr. Deepak, Miss Vandana, Mr. Ismail, Dr. Ilham Sentosa, and Prof. Anuj Kumar.
No, Anuj is actually sick this morning. He phoned me at 2 o'clock this morning to say he's not well. So it's going to be 4 speakers. So I see,
4.
So Ismail hasn't answered yet. So I'm just waiting. I wanted Dr. Vishnu to please contact Dr. Sentosa.
I've already contact with Prof. Sentosa, and he'll be here.
Oh,
So
fantastic.
in 30 minutes, yeah, around 30
Okay,
minutes.
no, that's fantastic. Okay. So, shall you want to start, or shall we just wait a few more minutes, Dr. Vishnu?
I think you should start.
Yeah, meanwhile, can you list down the names of the speakers?
Yes.
No need, I think. No need, Sampath. I think they let them manage. When your turn comes, you just speak.
Yeah.
I think let us
So
start.
we-
Otherwise, what will happen is later on, the time will already 5 minutes late. Correct? It shouldn't be good. Let us
Yeah.
start. Okay, let us start. Let them join whenever there are other speakers. Your first two
Yes.
speakers are already there, so no issue.
Yeah.
So
We've-
because the one who's already here is Dr. Deepak, when Dr. Deepak can start, and then Miss Vandana.
She's gonna join in 5 minutes. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then Ismail and Dr. Ilham. Okay.
Okay, so we can start, Charmaine.
You can. Yeah. No. So it's Dr. Vishnu that's starting this morning. I'm giving it to
Okay,
him
we'll
this
do.
morning.
Okay, let's start for the final day. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the third day of the Global Entrepreneurship Educator Symposium 2024, live from Jakarta, Indonesia, Podomoro University. So, my name is Wisnu Dewobroto. I'm the Dean of Faculties of Entrepreneurship and Business in Podomoro University. And we have here Charmaine Gangen, yeah, from CGM Consultants, South Africa, that are helping us for every moment in this symposiums. And hopefully, yeah, you are really feeling inspired but and energized after the incredible discussions and also seminars we have so far. So today we'll continue the journey, even more exciting sessions, hopefully, bringing fresh perspective and also deeper insight into the world of entrepreneurships. And for the first sessions, we have Dr. Sampath Kumar here, and will be leading the sessions for the next sessions, and also Dr. Deepak Waikar is already here, Mrs. Vandana Sarma, Mr. Ismail Akbani, and also Dr. Ilham Sentosa, and the last one is Prof. Anuj Kumar. So let's make the most of the this our final day and continue to learn from each other and solidify the connections we've made. Together we can drive change and also innovations. Thank you for your participation and enthusiasms. And so let's have another productive and inspiring day. So congratulations, Charmin, and please, Charmin, have please greet everyone here, please. Yeah.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to day 3. As Dr. Vishnu said, it's been an amazing 2 days. We've had the most interesting and amazing presentations by speakers from all around the globe. It's been awesome for the last 2 days. It's been also exhausting. So today is the last day. So do please join us today for another jam-packed session where we bring you speakers again from 5 different continents today. So without further ado, what we are going to do now, we are going to very quickly play a clip from Indonesia. So do we have the video clip ready?
Hi everyone, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for that very much. Okay, so we move on to our our plenary session for today, our first session. And we've got our session chair for this morning. We have got Dr. Sampath Kumar Nanda Gopalan. He's from India. If you can just put up his slide, please. Okay. So Dr. Sampath Kumar, he's the principal consultant, lecture leader, consultancy and training services in India. Over to you, Dr. Sampath.
It's been a privilege to be part of the event. Happy morning to one and all. It's a wonderful opportunity to meet people and also, do deliberations. And it's a very good cross-learning platform so that we also learn from others, because there's been different ecosystems and practices that has been happening across the world. And that's a wonderful event that is happening. And thanks to Chairman and team, the entire CGM team and all the panelists. Let us take it forward. We have the speakers who will be taking up a lot of experience and will be delivering us with their expertise, so that it is going to be an essence of their expertise. And let us listen to them one by one, and I will be summarizing at the end of the session. So over to Chamini.
Okay, so Dr. Sampath, you can actually continue. We've got Dr. Deepak Waikar, we've got Dr. Vandana Sharma, and we've got Dr. Ilham Sentosa. So good morning, everybody. And now you can continue with your session, Dr. Sampath.
No, but I'm supposed to chair the session, right? So I thought I'd be taking the deliberations and finally give you the summary.
You can invite one by one.
Okay, so can I invite Vandana Sharma to initiate
Up to you. I am Dr. Deepak Waikar first one.
Fine. So
it's first Dr. Deepak Waikar. Can we please put up the slide for Dr. Deepak so that Dr. Sampath can introduce?
So let us have the privilege of inviting Dr. Deepak Waikar. Over to you, sir.
Waikar, I'm Deepak. Thank you very much, Professor. Okay. May I need, okay, thank you very much for a kind introduction, brief one. I'm Dr. Deepak Waikar, okay, coming all the way from Singapore today. I would like to share my slides, if you allow me, Chairman.
Yes, sir.
So can I share my slides? Wonderful.
Yes, just give a minute.
Yes, I can share now. I see it, okay. Can you see my slides?
I think it's loading. Yeah.
Okay, are you able to view my slides, please? You have to give me, Chairman.
Yeah, it's there, nurturing entrepreneurial mindset.
Wonderful. Yeah, thank you very much. Our session chair, Sampath Kumar Nanda Gopalan, correct? Sampath Kumar Nanda Gopalan. Our host, Dr. Chairman, a wonderful, charming one, and Dr. Professor Vishnu Devo Broto, correct? Vishnu Devo Broto from the university, and my fellow panelist. Okay, today I'm going to share with you topic I've chosen is nurturing entrepreneurial pro mindset in self. Okay, mindset in self. Okay, and those who want to later on connect with me, please contact Dr. Vishnu or Dr. Sharmin. They will connect you to me, or you can note down my email address. Okay. Now, whatever I'm going to share with you is already there in the universe, okay? Already existing in universe. I would like to take the blessing of the goddess of Goddess Saraswati. Okay. Om Saraswati Namastubhyam Varde Kamrupini Vidyarambam Karishyami Siddhir Bhavatu Me Sada. I am invoking the blessing of Goddess Saraswati. Okay. Goddess Saraswati And you can see the knowledge has been already there. And this wonderful simple Global Entrepreneurship Educators Symposium. It means it's full of knowledge, as said by our chairpersons. And according to our universe, the knowledge, music, abundance of wealth, art, speech, wisdom, learning, everything embodied into the one, what is we call it Goddess Saraswati. And you can see it is not only in India, but in many places, in Japanese, Chinese, and I happen to also find in Indonesia. Okay, in Indonesia, it is called Ida Sanggayang Aji Saraswati, correct? I think Dr. Vishnu and others will say that, okay? And it is celebrated very much in Indonesia. Is a goddess Saraswati, is a knowledge, okay? Is a knowledge. So what I'm going to share with you is already existing in the universe. I'm just a medium to bring it today, okay? Bring it today with the blessing of Goddess Saraswati. His agenda for today, introduction, has almost been done. What are the key drivers, okay? Key drivers of entrepreneurship. Especially, I will focus on Entrepreneurial Pro Mindset, because this is the Global Entrepreneurship Educators Symposium. What are the qualities and attributes of Entrepreneurial Pro Mindset, and what should be the Entrepreneurial vision? So these are the agenda. Very quickly, I have given 30 minutes, so I have to go a little bit fast. Okay, so you may, from time to time, introduction has already been done. So I will not dwell too much on that now. So those who are, okay, you may put in chat box. My first question is, do you feel necessity to transfer knowledge and skills to next gen? Okay. Answers are A, yay, B, nay, C, maybe, C, do not. Okay. And I'm just using the curriculum, what is happening nowadays in the, okay, WhatsApp and Facebook. So please put in chat box whatever you feel, whichever is your feeling, okay, whichever is your answer, okay, it doesn't matter. Okay, Vandana says yes, thank you very much. Others want to say anything? Okay, there is one more, 2, 3, 4. Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, okay. Thank you, Danny, okay, for yes. I think thank you for sharing, okay, yes, maybe that's okay. Some person feels maybe. It is your choice, okay? Whatever is your choice, just put in chat box. I would appreciate your support, okay? I want to make it interactive rather than just I'm sharing something. Yes, thank you, Megha. Yay, okay. So with this, some of the inputs now, and thank you very much. Put in chat box, you can continue to do so. So my next question is, obviously, we'll say what happened. Yes, predominantly they are saying yay. So I know they're saying yay. So and we know that we know well-known saying, when it is yay, necessity. Okay, so necessity is mother of. I think I don't have to say necessity is mother of whatever. Okay, you can put in chat box. Necessity is mother of. Okay, mother of. I know I had to say this to Charming's mother also, correct? If necessity is mother of dash dash dash, then curiosity is, what is curiosity? Okay, now you can again put in chat box what do you feel. Yes, all invention of what is curiosity? I think necessity is mother of all innovations. Okay, necessity is mother of all. Okay. Then what is curiosity? What is curiosity? Okay, you can put in chat box whatever comes to your mind. Okay, whatever comes to your mind. Curiosity. What is the curiosity? Okay. And okay, I know because of limited time, I can't wait longer. So as such, during our childhood, we are curious of many things. Okay, we are very curious. And then when we enter into, education systems, and what happens, rest is it, okay? So we were curious. Now today, if we try to bring back our curiosity, then it is going to be very useful for all of us. Then what are key drivers? Okay, what are key drivers? for entrepreneurship? Well, I do not know whether you can recall now COVID-29, okay, 2029, COVID-19 massively disrupted all the system in an unprecedented way. The slide is deliberately upside down. We know about it. Then another question I have got, is there a scope for hope considering quest of modern luxurious lifestyle, geopolitical conflict, whether it's in Middle East or in Russia-Ukraine war? We are 8 billion people on this earth now, rising population, and our addiction to oil. Is there scope for hope? Okay, some of you might say yes, some of you say thank you. Yeah, okay. Key motivational force. Okay, good, thank you. So actually we were in disruptions. What they call is VUCA world. Okay. Okay. So this is the situation now. These are the drivers. Something has to be done to solve this problem. Okay. We have to do something to solve the problem. We were and are in disruptions, climate crisis, all of us know it, okay? They call vicious VUCA, volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous scenario. This is what exactly is happening now. And on the other hand, we are seeing is automation, robotics have direct impact on employability of the routine and repetitive types of jobs. So though we would, some of us after getting education would prefer to go to the job, now we have been disrupted. They call it disruptions is happening at very rapid pace. Yes, smartphones, apps, social media. So they are now immediately taking something. And all of you have been talking about AI, artificial intelligence, analytics, augmented reality have been making inroads into next layer of skill jobs. So robots are taking, AIs are taking, and all you can happening is now suddenly we find that, oh, where are those jobs? Who moved those jobs? Where are they? Yes, even now robots are being trained to carry out surgery. Even the high-skilled jobs are likely to be taken over now by next layer of skill jobs, okay? Gen AI, Chat GPT, all of us, we are talking all this about it. These are all, so what is happening? Even humanoids have come, humanoids, okay? We have seen about the drones, okay? We have seen about the humanoids. Now, what is happening is all these are the developments happening on the high-tech technological side. On the other side, the climate side also, there is a tremendous impact. Floods are there, storms are there, global warming is there, heat waves are there, and wars are there. Then what would then be our mindset? All these disruptions are happening. Obviously, we will be disrupted in the mind also. And when our mind is disrupted, mind is disturbed, then we do not know what to do. That is where we need a guidance from somebody. And that is where one of the options we can think about to be Edupreneur Pro. Okay, I am going to introduce this one. Who is Edupreneur Pro? Okay. Again, you can put in chat box which option you prefer. One who provides value proposition by A, designing educational programs, B, organizing and conducting educational programs, C, managing education center, or D, creating innovative knowledge and skills development related to products and services. I think, yes, you can put in chat box, whichever is your view, okay? Put in chat box, okay, D, okay, many, okay, we have got, thank you, Vandana, for D, and Danny for D. Your choice, okay? Please feel free to put whatever your D. Okay, Mega puts D. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your participation. And as you can see, one of the ways to do this one, yes, I'm just seeing it one more. Yes, Chairman says me. Okay. Okay, you are the one, Edupreneur, Charming. Okay, Charmin, you feel to be a Edupreneur Pro. Okay. Okay, answer is at present majority is D. We'll go. So who can be then? Okay, so who can be it? Now there is where question comes in. Okay, Charmin, now you can see who can be Edupreneur Pro. Okay, who can be? Who can be? Okay, again. Hey, I'm just putting few just for our discussion. Okay, you can put it. Okay, I know Charming's already me. Now, Charming now, who can be a Edupreneur Pro? One, only those with approved qualifications. Only those with relevant experience. See, those with approved qualification and relevant experience. And D, those with approved qualifications, professional certification, and relevant experience, and E, anyone. Okay, your choice. Okay, you decide. Okay, so, yes, Sampath, decide anyone who passionate enough. Okay, I feel it is one who delivers. We guys, okay. Okay, there are two EE. Okay, I'm talking about Edupreneur Pro. Okay, not anyone else. Just Edupreneur Pro. Pro means professional. Okay, okay, professional. That is where I know deliberately I'm putting deliberately some options which are a little bit different. I am okay. Some say E, some say D, and Charmin says me. Okay. Now remember, we are talking about professional. We don't want scamsters. We don't want somebody pretenders. We don't want somebody only show off. We want real one, not phony one, not phony. Okay, we want real one, Edupreneurs Pro. So obviously, we should have some mechanism for that. Okay, otherwise, we know that they are full of. So what are the attributes and qualities of such Edupreneur Pro? Okay, attributes. Again, I'm just putting some. They are not the only limited one. What are the key attributes? Key attributes. Okay, there could be more also, but one example: have a special knowledge and experience. Not just, okay, superficial, special knowledge and experience, deeper, sometimes we get deep knowledge they're talking about, okay? Interest in developments in technology and or new areas. They're able to grasp that. What is it happening? I will share with you what has been happening, VUCA world, okay? Like interacting with people, okay? What we are doing now, like interacting with the people. Lead a team. Okay, lead team. Congratulations, Dr. Vishnu and Dr. Charmin. They are leading. See, so many experts are there. Last 3-4 days, they have been so busy doing that. Talent management. Talent management. So we're talking about the key qualities and attributes. And obviously, business-related skills. Okay, after all these are there, are they able to manage the business? Otherwise, they may be thinking about it, they may be satisfying few of them, but may not be reaching out the entrepreneurial mindset level. Obviously, this gives us, based on, I just put around 6 of them, there are some more attributes. Now, what all of us may not be having those attributes at this stage. That's perfectly okay. We can start from somewhere. But don't call it Edupreneur Pro then. You may be Edupreneur learner, okay? Apprentice, or maybe apprentice, trainee. But then we have to develop those skills, as Sampath has said, by experience. Do you like surprises? Okay, do you like surprises? Yes or no? Okay. Okay, don't worry. Now go. I'm introducing the term robopreneur. Okay, robopreneur. And there's a humanoid now. It is available. You can see now everywhere. Even they are discussing about it. Some universities have tested in their classrooms also. Okay, and probably young people might be very much attracted, okay, very much attracted. But advantage is full, we can put it, and the robopreneurs, we can program it, okay, we can program it and we can train it using whatever the AI techniques, a huge data and servers, and they will, okay, that they will transfer the knowledge. We are calling it learnopreneurs, which are next gen learnopreneurs, which are having the various types of gadgets, as you can see here, various types of gadgets, the latest one if needed, okay, so that whatever the knowledge is almost at the tip of their finger or tip of their click is there. At the click, you have that knowledge. Nowadays also we are talking about that, and they are already, we have been bombarded with that. So this is what we are looking at, the futuristic role of the robopreneur. If robopreneurs means if they are going to be robopreneurs, somebody bringing it, then what is the role of we the people? We the so-called experts, we the so-called educators. What will be our role? Very important one. We have to think about it. Okay, what would be our role? What would we do? Obviously, we are the creators. Will we become smart by using Industry 4.0, 5.0 devices? We have got smart devices, we have got now 5G, 6G coming, analytics is there, AI is there, artificial intelligence already there, augmented reality, virtual reality, everything is there. Just will you become smart by using just these devices? Will we become smart? Obviously. Now question arises, we are in a VUCA world, volatile, uncertain, complex, ambiguous situation. Should we continue business as usual? Should we continue business as usual? Or should we have entrepreneurial vision? If you want to continue business as usual, continue. I'm not going to stop you for that. We have a choice. But if you want to go to that level, we can decide, we can do in an incremental way. As you can see in this diagram, okay, on the x-axis, we have got value creation. We can create a value for a company, for the market, and for the world. That is what we are going the higher and higher level, okay? Value creation on the x-axis. Y-axis, we have got competencies. We can use our competencies only for a particular organization, a particular company, particular institute, or we can cross the border. One is when inside the company, it may be incremental one, but when you transcend that border, cross that border, then breakthrough can happen. Some breakthrough can happen, then you can go into the market. Once you go into market and then explore further, and there will be opportunity to come, which will be transformational. Level of innovation design. So transforming to the entrepreneur. This is what we are proposing, a vision. Not anyone just, okay, those who want to transcend that boundary, those who have got capabilities, who has got those capacities, those who have got that innovative spirit, they can do that. Not anyone. So what we need to do? We have choices, continue business as usual, then it will be incremental one, only in particular level, and you may be seek the benefits into that, or proactively turn the VUCA, vicious VUCA, into virtuous.
Mr. Deepak, I think we lost connection.
Let's give him a minute
Yeah,
or two.
let him come back. So meanwhile, it's
Yeah.
been a very good.
Yes.
Yeah, he's back.
Awesome.
You can continue.
Okay, what is your action plan? What is your action plan? Okay. nurturing mindset. That is your action plan. What are you going to do it? Yes, we ourselves have to learn. I can tell you, I also learn, continue to learn. Today also I am learning, going to learn from others. And then acquire that, as I mentioned, professional level qualifications and certification. Only when we do that one, then we are qualified to transfer the knowledge to the other. Otherwise, people will not the value. So I'm very fortunate to work with the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers, Education Society, Singapore chapter, and learning from that. Okay, learning from that. And we are offering, as mentioned by Dr. Chairman, that yes, we will be offering a program which will help you. Virtual online program, rediscover and nurture edupreneurial talent itself. Okay, edupreneurial talent itself. In this program, it is not one session program. You will rediscover edupreneurial talent and potential in self, leverage on own knowledge, skills, and experiences, conceptualize edupreneurial programs, strengthen independent collaborative research, enhance career and edupreneurial opportunities, widen your student network. Okay, that is where what we will assist you, work with you. Dr. Anthony Yee, who is the Executive Council member of MDI Singapore, he has something to say about this program. And if you still are interested, please contact our organizers, Dr. Chairman, Dr. Vishnu, and we will help in that. Do you enjoy taking up a challenge? Do you enjoy taking up a challenge? If answer is yes, then we invite you to work with us to develop smart edupreneurial product or service. Yes, we will work with you. That is the vision we are promoting, smart edupreneurial pro mindset, the vision. Okay. So in summary and conclusion, I would say Edupreneurial Pro is beyond education and development of the people. It is beyond that. There is a scope for using current experience with quality coaching and mentorship for designing, developing, and deploying programs. Getting appropriate qualifications and certification expected to provide distinct advantage in this globalized competitive environment. And we have been helping many of them. Okay? So what we want to do, continue business as usual, then whatever you are doing, continue. But if you want to take the second path, proactively turn to virtuous VUCA, valuable, unique, creative actions to prepare ourselves for the future, then please approach us. Yes, if you want to interact with me, I am on LinkedIn. So you may mention that you listen to my presentation here and would like to be connected with this one. I have a few of them, but I think follow this one. Others, I forgot the password. So only this photograph you see it. Just mention you are interested. Wish you innovative learning and skillful entrepreneurship in this one. Okay. Yes, together we can make it happen. Now technology can make it happen. Today also, like we are meeting virtually, though we are at various places from South Africa to Jakarta to Singapore to India and China. Okay, technology. So be an Edupreneurial Pro to transfer skills to next gen and global. Thank you very much, organizers, Dr. Vishnu, Dr. Charmin, and our session chair, Sampath, for giving me opportunity to share with you some of my thoughts and view. I will be happy to answer the questions.
That's been a very well laid foundation for the beginning with a lot of energy, invoking energy, as well as from Lord Saraswati to, going to humanoid robots. And it really lies in upskilling and implementing. So that's been the very crux of the discussion and very certainly touch the industry 4.0 requirements, how things are to be taken to practice. Very well laid. So, and everywhere there was real-time connectivity with the VUCA situations mentioning. It is very clear that every one of us, including the panelists, has got insights of what exactly is required. And he re-emphasized on it requires to be very professional rather than anyone getting into it. But with respect to others, respective also, anyone with passion can get into learn to this, so that it will be a handshaking thing and it will be a very big umbrella like this Entrepreneurs Hub and this CGM, and things are happening. So that's a very good quick start, kickstart. Go to the next speaker, Vandana ji.
Sorry, Sampath, I just want to just say to Dr. Deepak, I almost forgot that Dr. Deepak and I are actually collaborating. I think I'm going to be doing some work with Dr. Deepak in Singapore. I completely forgot. I've got so much actually happening. I forgot about that. So yeah.
Not to worry, we can collaborate. I am for collaborations. Those who are interested, even colleagues here also, if you feel you want to be part of it, then Charmin is a fantastic collaborator, coordinator. We can organize faculty development program, student development program, which can be offered to the whole world. Okay, because that way we can build the capability. So thank you very much for. Okay.
That's what
thank you,
wonderful to have you here. It was very much on time. So thank you very much, making my job easier.
Okay. Yeah, because I was told I had to just finish in 30 minutes. Okay. Okay.
Perfect. So may we have the privilege of inviting the next speaker, Vandana ji. Is she here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. Can we have our introduction, please?
Hi, should I proceed? Okay. So hi, thank you, Sampath ji, for inviting me here, and wonderful hearing from Dr. Deepak. It was such an interactive session, and thank you, Chairman and Vishnu ji, for having me here. So I'll first start with my introduction. So I have been working into startup ecosystem since last 12 years, and I am a global educator for entrepreneurship. Along with this, I am running incubation centers and few companies also where I am on board. So these are the startups where I am working. Currently, I am at Uttar Pradesh. It's in India, and we are developing entrepreneur. It's the largest state of India. So we are trying to develop the entrepreneurial ecosystem here. Currently, we have around 63 incubation centers, and if we talk about these incubation center, we are taking this number to 300 incubation centers. So this is our target for the end of this year. So we help institutions, we help organizations to set up their incubation centers. We support them doing that and develop pre-incubation units to support startups. We also support startups, so that's like pass on through incubation centers. So in UP, it's a government organization, and where I'm associated with. So we call it as we are the incubator of incubation centers. Currently, we have 1,600 startups which are associated to us. And yes, and these are working in various domain, in edtech, in fintech, in drone technology, in cutting edge technology. Now, since everyone is talking about generative AI, so there are startups who are coming up into generative AI also. We love, like Dr. Sampath just now said, that it's all about passion. So the people which are which are associated to us are passionate, and Charmin is like one of them. So thank you so much. Can I please share my slides?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Please confirm if it's visible.
It has to be enlarged. Yeah, perfect.
Yeah. So today I'll be talking about what are the benefits of establishing these pre-incubation units and incubation centers. They can be established anywhere. Likewise, the preferably pre-incubation unit should be the part of any of the institution, educational institution preferably. Because when we talk about pre-incubation, it is basically for the students or anyone who have not even have idea but want to work onto entrepreneurship. So I'll start with one of the example. This is recently happened, so I thought I must talk about it. This is a patent technology. One of our student who is into our incubation center, he started from pre-incubation and now transferred to incubation center. Have developed the device. This is a prototype of that particular device, and have developed a device which control milk spilling. So milk spilling is a problem in every household where, and this project is a patent technology, and this is how it works. So it gets induced with the gas stove, and this works like it stop milk by spilling. You can set up the temperature, you can set up the timer into it. This is the prototype. We'll soon be launching a product of it, and when it will be available in the market, the cost of this particular device will be approximately 500 INR. So this will be the price. And this does not operate with battery. This, you need not to charge this also. So it's like one-time byproduct. So this is why I'm showing it, that this is how pre-incubation units support. The student who have developed it have came up with a technology in first year. We have done one workshop with them. They have jotted down lot many problems that, okay, these are the household problems if we wish to solve these problems. And this is the solution which happened to take place in that particular idea generation workshop only. And today we have a ready product. So this is a journey, and this is a role of pre-incubation and incubation unit. When we talk about that, what support the pre-incubation unit or incubation unit can set up basically. So if we talk about what are these pre-incubation units, so these are the center, we call it them as entrepreneurship cell also, where anyone can come and can identify any of the problem statement, can be nurtured. So here the process happens. When we say the process happens, it needs to be binded and run by the mentors who are working or maybe having an experience or exposure of entrepreneurship, of innovation, of nurturing students towards entrepreneurship. Because you'll identify here anyone coming up saying that, ma'am, I want to start something. Now, what is that you want to start something? So you have to handle from the beginning of their journey, that is they want to start something, to actually they're starting something. So you will identify, like we just now talked about passion. So these kids will be the passionate kids who want to do something, who want to resolve problem. And we always say India is a land of opportunities. We say it because it's there are huge opportunity to sell lot many problems. So we always provide them opportunity where they can identify the problem. If you come up with any problem, that then you need to generate an idea. That is how you will solve that particular problem. When we say how you will solve that particular problem, is basically the idea we are talking about. So in these pre-incubation centers, your idea validation happens. That is either with the customers, yeah, whomsoever you are serving. Idea validation happens. The mentors support you build your business models. You will get an opportunity to network with people, network with the like-minded people like who are already doing some sort of business or who are already working on any of the idea. You will be mentored by the expert people who are the expert maybe in the business model. These people will get an opportunity to be the part of various events where they can actually work on their ideas. So this is the support what pre-incubation units can provide. And you need to develop an environment which support entrepreneurs or which support innovators. So that environment needs to be provided in pre-incubation unit. When we say that what are the benefits of setting up these or connecting these pre-incubation units, so the entire support is basically for the startups, for the innovators, for nurturing startups, for nurturing these innovators, whosoever comes to you, what sort of support you can provide, what sort of networking, because there are people who have idea but who do not know where to take that ahead, means what should be the next step. So hence these centers support them. Now, the next step of pre-incubation units are basically incubation centers. So incubation centers are come into role when we talk about that any of the startup have an idea and are serious about setting up it as a venture. So that is a pre-incubation unit. So in pre-incubation unit, the co-working space, the office space is provided. So why is it important to be the part of this pre-incubation unit? Because there you find other startups also working. So you are surrounded by the like-minded people. You have environment where everyone is just talking about the innovation, talking about business strategy, talking about go-to-market strategies, and it's the pool where you can exchange your ideas, you can exchange your experience. So sitting together, working together actually build that environment. So this is how it support these incubation centers support. They provide co-working spaces. Co-working spaces are like the office spaces at very initial stage that can be provided. Funding support, so I'll give you one example that in terms of funding support, in our country, in India, the support which comes is through investors, is through government also. So the funding support can be at any stage, any point of time. That can be a grant, because to start any business or to step up to commercialization stage, you require money. So from where that money is going to come? So much support is available that investors are ready to invest. These incubation centers are having various grant, and that grant is basically either equity based or it can be a complete grant, that is you need not to return the money. So this is how they have a skilled people, they have technology. When we talk about where we have our incubation center, there we have AI server which is free of cost available for all the startups. We have fabrication lab, we have prototyping lab. So all this is provided to the startups, to the ideators, to take their idea to the next level. So this sort of support is expected when we talk about at the level of setting up the incubation center. I'll again come up with one example. One of the student came to us in his second year of time, and he came up with an idea that there was one contest, that is the idea contest was happening at a national level, and he just participated in that particular contest. So the idea was very raw idea when he started his journey, and it was just to participate in that competition. He won that competition. He got a grant of 15 lakh rupees from government where he participated, and this grant supported him to develop a prototype. Now all this is happening in pre-incubation unit. After that, he started his startup, he started his company, and today at present he have his own company established with around 300 employees. It's a manufacturing plant. And where he was studying, the institution where he was studying, where he was supported, he hired 300 people from that particular place only. So that's a sense of achievement which comes. And this all happened when these incubation centers or pre-incubation centers actually provide the support at a very initial stage. So the idea does not die. The point is, this idea does not die. How we took our ecosystem to 1600 startups who are connected to us following these particular steps only. So this is how it works. So these are the benefits which can be provided by the incubation center, since I have already talked about it. So I'll not repeat that, but yes, it provide the incubation center can also provide you business, can connect you to the people who will be generating business for you. There are bodies which like one of our startup, he's working into developing a health card to the school kids. So health card is basically like we have a report card, we have academic card. Similarly, it will have the health checkup will happen, and it will have a QR code or a monitoring chip where the regular monitoring of the health of the kid can be maintained and can be monitored. And this particular health card will help their academic institution, the school, and their parents to understand what is the mental state of the kid, what is the physical state of the kid. So this is one of the startup. Now we connected him to the government organization, and now he got a project of approximately 2.5 cr from government to develop these health card to all the government institutions. So this is also one of the role of incubation center, that is connecting and generating your startups to generate business. This is a view of the incubation center, how incubation center looks like when we talk about the physical appearance, because here we provide them the opportunity where they can sit, work, and they can get everything at one place. Now, what is the impact on startup when they get supported by these incubation centers? So startup actually generate a lot of job opportunity. They reduce unemployment. Like on an average, if one startup is generating 2 jobs, then that's a huge number. If they are supported by any incubation center, their survival rate increases. Why their survival rate increases? Because they are getting time to time mentoring whenever is required. Hence, the survival rate increases. If any startup is not having any innovation, then they can be actually nurtured in a way that there should be some innovation factor into that particular business idea. So this is how these incubation centers support. And I'll conclude by calling all the stakeholders, because today we have people who are working on to entrepreneurship, who are supporting startups, who are working on ideas. So we invite all stakeholders together so that we can support startups, and we can set up these incubation center. So these we call them like the basic step, that it's very important to have the incubation center if you want to nurture any idea. And the institutions are also growing a lot by this, because in the past we were talking about for the institution that this is a placement rate, but now this scenario have changed to that this is not just about the placement rate, it's about how many jobs you have generated, how many startups you have supported, what is the valuation of your startups which are incubated, how many fund they have, how much fund they have raised, how much business they have generated. So this have become now a success story for the institutions. So thank you so much, and I hope I could talk a bit about the importance of this setting up the incubation center. And I can be connected over LinkedIn, and we have a team of people who are setting up incubation center in various states of India, and even in South Africa also we are working on setting up one of the incubation center. Our startups are also moving to global platforms. So thank you so much. We love to connect post session also. I'll be connected. I'm available on as Vandana Sharma on LinkedIn also, so I can be connected there. I'm open to take the questions.
Any questions from the audience? Do we have any questions received in the inbox? Otherwise, it is very crisp, very time, to the point. Being from the academic background, I would also appreciate the incubation activity is one of the best activities where we have found, like the campus to the corporate for placement, we give them the connect to the external world with the proper ecosystem, and mentoring like a pro, as our first speaker initiated, giving details of getting qualified and then delivering the mentoring. So it is more of a hand-holding structure, a mechanism that supports, builds the ecosystem. And that's a fantastic thing as a peer learning. And that's why the survival rates are always high when compared with the external things. The incubation system helps the startups to survive better. And the survival rates are always high, and it is very mutual for the institutions where they can take up the innovations for patenting support to that, getting to grants or supporting them with grants and all other aspects. So that's well set, and base is on. Thank you, Vandana Sharma, for giving a wonderful insight and how the incubation system is actually supporting the need of the heart.
Thank you,
Can we
Dr.
have
Sam. Thank you so much.
Dr. Denny Vibovo, if he is ready? Is he around, Dr. Vibovo?
The next speaker is Mr. Ismail Akbani.
Oh, he's here. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, Santosa, right? From Malaysia. You can proceed. Can we have the screen shared for his? Yeah. Mr. Ismail?
Yeah, I'm here. Hello, am I audible?
Yeah, very much audible. The floor is all yours.
Okay. So, good morning, everybody. And again, a pleasure to be here amongst fellow entrepreneurship educators, enablers, ecosystem players, and mentors over there. And I've been attending the past two sessions, a lot of informative learning happening over here. And I'm totally aware that the format that we work over here is 20 minutes. It feels more like a TED talk to me because the TED talks usually are 18 minutes. So, these sessions, when we do usually, this is my second or third time doing this for Global Entrepreneurship Symposium, and every time I do a session here, it feels like I'm doing a rehearsal and practice for some TED talk coming in future. But thank you so much for the opportunity. And so I'm Ismail Akbani. I am based out of a city called Hyderabad. For those who are outside joining from outside India, so I'm in a city called Hyderabad in India, and I am the CEO for AIC Mahindra Incubation Center. It's a just like Vandana was mentioning earlier, that in India the entire incubation ecosystem is flourishing now thanks to support from government and also increasing interest from academic and corporate organizations jointly. So this one such incubator that is based out of Mahindra University in Hyderabad. So we are an academic incubator based out of a university, and the university is backed by one of the very well known corporate groups in the country called Mahindra and Mahindra Group. So we are a part of that group, and I lead the incubation center over here. A lot of things when Vandana was talking about incubation, pre-incubation, I could resonate because pretty much that is what my profile is. We do day in day out, working with entrepreneurs at pre-incubation stage, at incubation stage. Sometimes some of them are our students, but a lot of them are not students as well. We work with external entrepreneurs as well. I've been into the startup ecosystem for more than 10 years now. Overall, I've been working into product design, innovation, entrepreneurship for almost 15 years. Past 10 years, I've been into incubation ecosystem. I started with the campus incubation ecosystem as the entrepreneurship cell that one that I mentioned. So I was actually I established one in one of the universities, and I was heading that for 9 years. Worked very actively with student entrepreneurs for almost 8 to 9 years. Before I moved to incubation space, I started working with external startups as well. And I started my career as a product design engineer, and then went on to do my master's. Currently, I'm also doing my PhD, which is in the business model innovation for artisanal enterprises. So that's pretty a little brief. And I've been actively involved in the ecosystem, uh, doing speaking engagements, mentoring, conducting workshop sessions across a lot of incubators. So I'm on board of a lot of incubators across India, including states like MP, Gujarat, even in Delhi. Some incubators I work with them as well very closely. The topic that I chose for today, and this is something very close to my heart because I'm also certified design thinking past practitioner, and as I said, my first job was into design, product design. So design thinking is something that is very close to my heart. I do a lot of training. Any mentoring that I do with startups usually has design thinking as one of the very core principles into it. And one of the most important, most powerful principles of design thinking that I feel usually gets ignored because we talk a lot about empathy, we talk about prototyping, we talk about testing, we talk about all those 5 steps of idea D school. But one thing that's at the heart of design thinking and remains ignored a lot of times is the concept of reframing the problem itself. And that is what I want to talk to you about in the next 10 to 15 minutes. And I think, again, I do on reframing, I do a longer session with when I do with the startups and all. But since we are all entrepreneurship mentors, educators over here, I think, all that you need is a trigger, all that you need is a direction. So my job is to just give you some exposure to the concept, and then I'm sure all of us are capable to go out there and figure out details on our own. We can learn us, develop our expertise. A lot of resources are available online. So I'm just trying to give it a surface level introduction to the concept of reframing, which could be very powerful for those of us working as mentors, as guides, as advisors to startups to help them look at the problems from a different perspective. So let me start. Yeah, share the screen. Can we stop sharing the screen so that I can start my screen sharing?
Yeah. Please proceed.
Yeah. Okay, good. Thank you. Yeah. I hope the screen is visible.
Yeah, perfect.
Great. Okay, cool. So that's what I call beyond obvious, because a lot of times most of the startups that come to us, when they come, they say, oh, we have figured out a very nice problem statement and we want to solve this problem, we want to change this world. And then you realize that, okay, the problem they have figured out itself is very obvious, right? The problem is obvious, the solution is going to be usually obvious. And what we want is, we want novel solutions. The focus always, even when you talk about patents and all, the focus is on novelty of the solution. The focus is on non-obviousness of the solutions. But rarely we talk about the novelty and non-obviousness of the problem themselves. Right. So that is the angle that we need to start working when we talk to our students, when we talk to our mentee startups. Now, what exactly is reframing? The reframing comes from the origins of reframing, if you see, and I am a certified neuro-linguistic programming practitioner as well. So that's another reason I'm too much, this topic is of interest to me, because this comes from cognitive psychology. When you go to therapy sessions, when you're talking to psychologists, usually one of the important jobs that a psychologist does, when you go to them when you're in a state of depression or not feeling happy or you're unable to achieve your goals or whatever it is, when you feel stuck, one of the important job they do is help you look at the problem from a different frame. They help you reframe the entire situation that you are in. And once you're able to reframe the situation, the solutions will emerge on your own. The therapist what doesn't usually help you come up with a solution. I want a good coach doesn't help you do that. They'll just help you reframe the situation. And that's what we're trying to talk about here. That reframing is basically shifting the perspectives, the way you're looking at a problem to uncover new solutions. And it's very, very essential for innovative problem solving. So why is it important again? So one is, it helps you avoid wrong solutions, right? A lot of time, the very reason you end up having, I normally say that a wrong problem, no matter how beautifully solved, is still of no use. If I got migraine in my head, and if I go to a physician that I'm getting a headache, and if that headache is because of migraine, but he assumes that the headache is because of some fever or cold or flu, and he ends up giving me paracetamol, it's not going to help. Right. And the reverse also is true. If it's just because of some cold and he ends up giving me a migraine treatment, doesn't work. So it's very important to understand the problem from multiple frames of what could be the possibilities, to avoid jumping into a solution without understanding the problem. And a lot of time, what happens when you start digging into a problem, we look at the one facet, one dimension of the problem, but there could be many multiple more dimensions of the problem that exist. And there's one dimension that everybody's looking at. So there are a lot of people trying to solve the same problem, the same aspect of the problem, but there are different layers to the problem that usually get ignored. And if you could uncover those layers, that is where opportunities for some very amazing innovation exist that nobody else is looking at. Right. So again, as I said, this could be a detailed talk, but just to give a brief, the three basic steps, very simple in hindsight, but one is that you define the problem first, right? So if I have to reframe, the first thing I have to frame it, then only I can reframe. And the second is then you start looking at the problem from a different perspective. Right? So very simple example that I picked up over here, and this example is from one of the actually books that I read somewhere, is that how can we reduce employee turnover? If employee turnover is our problem, usually if you see reducing employee turnover, usually there's a negative connotation to it attached as well. And the same is, I think, we are academicians. We always talk about how do we reduce the absenteeism of students in the classroom. Right. And then what we do is, the first thing we do is we make attendance compulsory, 75% attendance compulsory, 85% attendance compulsory, right? Without actually understanding the problem, we just jump into the solution. So that's what happens. So how can we reduce? Now that's the actual original frame, right? But if I start looking from a different perspective, right? When I say different perspective, it's I step into the shoes of different stakeholders. I look at the problem from different contexts. I look at the problem in different situations, right? So what if some level of turnover is actually beneficial for the company, right? So rather than looking at turnover as a purely negative thing, that so many employees are leaving, right? Attrition is so high. Can there be something positive in it? maybe if a small percentage of employees leaving every regular interval gives me an opportunity to bring in fresh talent. Just like, in India, we have this Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, the upper house and lower house. And Rajya Sabha, there's a term of 6 years for a member. But all of them don't retire and join at the same time. So it's on a rolling basis. No, one third of the members are retiring, one third new members are coming. There's 60% old members in the house, there are 20%, 30% new members joining in. There's always some fresh voice in the house. So maybe if you look at from that perspective, right, suddenly the way you look at the solution changes, the way you would try to tackle that problem would change, right? How does this look from the perspective of the employees who are leaving, right? So if there's a huge attrition rate, a lot of employees are leaving. How does it look from is it a good thing for them? If so, I was doing this course on consulting on Coursera. I'm still pursuing it. It's a very nice course on management consulting in Coursera. And one of the things that the instructor mentions over there, that if you work for a consulting firm, you end up getting, after a few years in a consulting firm, you end up getting jobs in most of the consulting firms actually end up the consultants actually end up getting high paying better jobs in their clients for them for whom they did the project as with the consulting firm. They end up joining those clients in future as career. And he makes a very nice point that a lot of consulting firms actually encourage their employees, to go and join these big clients, because they know if they go and join, there will still be some attachment with the original firm. So once these people are in the higher position in those clients, these same people now who are the alumni of that consulting firm bring more business to the consulting firm while they are heading some division in some other company, right? So could that be beneficial in that perspective also, right? And as I said, what if you viewed this as an opportunity to bring in fresh and new talents and ideas? So if you see just one problem, but three simple examples, we could reframe it in 10 multiple ways as well. There could different angles to it as well, right? But just the way of looking at it from different perspective, different angle, different stakeholders could lead to different solutions and could probably we may not actually have to solve that problem of employee turnover. We say, okay, we are happy with that, and let's actually encourage more employee turnover. So that could be one of the possible situations that could emerge, right? So again, there's a quick video that I want to share. I hope the audio will play. This video talks about this girl called Veronica, and she started in US somewhere. She started a small social impact initiative where she said that a lot of homeless people sleeping on the streets out there, and there's a lot of cold also. So she created a very nice concept called, of jacket. She said that they can wear the jacket during the day, and at night the jacket will convert into sleeping bag, so you can just put your legs, everything, and cover you, and you can sleep on the street in the jacket. So the jacket acts as a jacket in the day and sleeping bag. And she was very happy that this product will help these homeless people. They will be very happy, and talks about her story, the 2-3 minutes video, but it very nicely captures her story and how she ended up reframing the problem based on the input she got from one of the homeless ladies herself.
I really believe
I hope the audience there.
people can tackle far more than they think they can.
Yeah, picking up.
Scott, I'm 24 years old and I'm the CEO and founder of the Empowerment Plan here in Detroit. I think women have a really difficult time understanding how valuable they are. The idea of self-worth is very important to me because I grew up a kid of addicts, and we were kind of set up for failure. We're set up in a hole that we had to climb our way out of. I ended up getting a great scholarship to go to college, and a class ended up changing my entire life. The class assignment was designed something to fill actual needs. I did my research at homeless shelters. So the first product I created was the coat. The coat looks like a regular jacket during the day, but when you open it up, you can actually slide your feet in all the way up to your knees and Velcro it closed again to make a sleeping bag. I was talking to the homeless population in that area and getting feedback and making prototype after prototype. When I was on like prototype number 7, a woman came out of the shelter that I was in and she was yelling at me. She was full on screaming. And she said, we don't need coats. Coats are pointless. We need jobs. And really, she was completely right, because a coat is just a Band-Aid for a systemic issue. And what really would have the impact is hiring the population that would need them in the first place. And we hire only individuals from homeless shelters, and then we train them in everything from sewing and manufacturing to employment, as well as tech and whatever they need to become more independent and to be proud of their accomplishments and be proud of themselves. I'm happy to be working for.
So that's one example how she went off of reframing, just solving the problem of codes, to actually understanding that it's not codes that's a problem, it's a job. Because the very reason those homeless people would need this course is that they are jobless. If they had job, they wouldn't have to sleep on the streets. They won't need this, and that's one of the steps also when you talk about reframing. So again, there are multiple books, a lot of books, good books available on reframing as well, and a lot of reference material, but some of the simple techniques that I've picked up that I usually share is, how do you go about with reframing? The one obvious thing is, of course, you look outside the frame. Yeah, you start looking at what is the non-obvious aspects. So sometimes we are too focused on, we make a problem a technology problem sometimes, while sometimes it may not actually be a technology problem, or a technical problem. It may be just an experience problem. It may be a culture problem sometimes. And we'll talk about an example later. Right? Sometimes the goal that we're talking about, the problem that we're considering itself is a very narrow version. Just like in the last case, while she was focusing on a smaller aspect of the codes, but the goal could be larger. And how do we help the homeless community become, self-employed or employed in some way? The third step is examine the bright spots. So in every situation, every organization, every domain context, there are certain areas that where that problem does not exist working happily. So for example, let's talk about employee attrition. Right? In a particular company, in a particular XYZ department, a lot of people are leaving. But there could be another department in the same company where the attrition is very low. Right? And then we can learn what is that something that's happening good over there, uh, that we can learn. Same way in a typical college, in one college, you have three classrooms. In one classroom, you go morning, first lecture at 10 a.m., the attendance is very low, only 10%, 20% students turn up. Right? But in the next classroom, every time you see, or in the next department, you see every time 80% students turn up in the morning. So there's something, some bright spot, something's happening good, something, either the department, either the faculty, either the class representative, somebody is doing something different, something good over there that's working. So can we identify that and see how we can reframe the problem from that perspective? Looking in the mirror, very important. Sometimes we start looking at the problem from our own biases. So we all have our own assumptions, our own cognitive biases, and so a lot of startups that will come to you basically will fall in this category, because they have seen something, they have faced something once in their life, and they feel that this is the biggest problem everybody in the world faces. So we need to help the startup founders, start understanding that is that really a problem, or is that problem stemming out of their own personal biases, right? And take the perspectives of different stakeholders. So so a very interesting thing, a case study I share, very brief, that. On airports, if you go boarding and checking is a very huge problem. And so there is I read some very interesting article. There's a team of young entrepreneurs who developed a solution, an app for these airlines, and they went to the airlines and said, okay, if we can install this, your boarding and checking process will become very smooth, very faster, and the time will reduce by a large amount, thereby increasing the customer convenience. And they thought the airlines would be happy, because airlines are all about providing customer service. So they would be happy that if the boarding time gets reduced, they would be happy to adopt our solution. But surprisingly, they were met with a resistance. And after digging, they realized that 16% of the revenue of the airline comes from priority boarding services. So they're like, if we start using your solution, if everybody start getting boarding hassle-free, who will buy our priority boarding services? So sometimes those stakeholder perspectives also need to be considered. Right? So this is a very standard, very common, very famous problem that we talk about, the famous elevator problem, that in an office building, there was this elevator which was supposed to be very slow, and people were very frustrated. It took a lot of time to go from from the ground floor to the top floor over there, the very slow elevator. And so traditionally, the way of looking at the problem is that it is a technical problem. So you either need to put in a new lift, or add more lifts, or increase the speed of lift or something. But then somebody came up with a different solution. They reframed it from a technical problem, from a problem of speed of lift. They said, is it really about the speed of the lift, or is it about how people feel when they're in the lift? Right? What makes them frustrated? And they realize at the same time in the lift, a lot of time we spend more time sometimes, standing outside in a ground watching a musician perform. When you go to concerts, people spend an hour over there continuously listening to somebody sing, but they feel frustrated when they have to spend 5 minutes in the lift, in the elevator. So they said, is it really a technical problem, or is it an experience problem? And then they reframed it and said, rather than increasing the number of lifts or increasing the speed of the lift, can we make that experience of being in the lift more better? Right? More interesting, more happening. And then they started adding mirrors in the lift. They started playing music in the lift, and they started putting some display screens on the lobby outside the lift to keep the people engaged, so that they don't feel that they're waiting over there. again, benefits we are talked about. So another, it helps you break free from the conventional thinking. For example, Netflix, rather than looking at the problem of renting, initially they were started with that, right? How do we rent CDs? How do we help people rent CDs in a better way? But they said, rather than making the renting of CDs easier and better, can we bring the movies directly to the homes of the people and eliminate the CDs altogether? So that was a way they actually reframed the entire problem and ended up creating a new industry in itself, right? Yeah. So well, we talked about how to view as an individual adopt reframing, but sometimes when you're working as a team, it becomes challenging. As an individual, I can do reframing easily, but when I'm a part of organization, when I'm part of team, it's a little bit challenging sometimes, right? So this tip come from a very interesting article. I can share the link later that was published in Harvard Business Review (HBR), and they say the first step is that you have to establish the legitimacy of reframing. You have to convince people in your team that reframing is something that we need to spend our time on rather than jumping into solutions. Second is bring outsiders into the discussion. Obviously, very self-explanatory. Third point is get the definitions in the writing. So sometimes what is a problem, that itself has different definitions among the people in the team. So 10 people in the team might look at a customer service problem from different lenses. Somebody might say it's about technology. Somebody might say it's because our customer service representatives are not trained well. Somebody might say because the technology that we're using is outdated. So you have to have consensus on the problem itself first, and then you ask what is missing. Are we missing something in defining the problem? Is there a stakeholder that is missing? Is there a point of view that is missing? Is there a context or a customer segment that is missing in our problem definition? Right? And then you can look at what are the multiple categories that the same problem could belong. For example, a problem of manufacturing efficiency could be a problem with the machinery, that we have the machines that are slow. It could be a problem of poor planning, production planning. It could be a problem of the culture, work culture, that the employees are just wasting their time. They're not spending proper time. It could be a problem of motivation, right? The same problem could be looked at from different lenses. If it's a motivation problem and you start just improving the capacity of the machines, it's not going to improve your productivity, right? And then analyze the positive expectation as we exceptions as we discussed earlier. That is there some other unit, some other department, some other company with the same problem should also have existed, but it's not existing. Can we learn something from them? And at the end, keep questioning the objective. Is it the objective worth pursuing? Is this the problem that we should be solving? Is this the question we should be asking, or do we need to reframe it? Okay. So encourage curiosity, ask open-ended questions, and explore diverse viewpoints. So last key takeaways to sum it up, that it's a powerful tool for innovation. You can use different techniques. You have to practice it continuously, refine your approach. And I want to conclude this by one of my favorite quotes from Howard Schultz, who was the CEO of Starbucks. And he used to say that we are not in coffee business serving people. We are in people business serving coffee. So when these young startups come to me, I throw this quote at them and say that, what business are you in? Are you in a IP business helping people to innovate? Or are you in a innovation business helping people protect their IP? So every business that comes to you, I think this is one thing there's one template that you can throw at them and help them look at it in details. So with that's the end. That's my contact details. If anybody wants to reach out further, if you want the slides or something, I will be happy to share. There's a small booklet. I've created some 10, 12 pages of booklet that I share with my startups on reframing. I can share that also if somebody's interested. Thanks again for the opportunity. Any questions, any comments, or any additions, happy to.
That's mind-boggling. The pace is well set and it is rocketing well towards our destined areas. Do we have any questions for Mr. Ismail Akbani? So, as there are no questions, I appreciate his initiative of beginning with the design thinking, which is the right place to start, because when you look at the need for the customer, understand the pain points through the empathy, and many places it happens, even in relationship and when we talk in communication, of this paraphrasing and rephrasing really helps a lot. So it, as mentioned exactly by him, connects psychologically. It connects, so that establishment of connectance puts forwards a lot of energy that brings into sustainable solution, which he has rightly marked that as well. And in places of employees, he was also mentioning about the retention and the attrition. So how things could happen. Had I said it this way, could it have worked better? So that's what we always think when we have a hurdle, when we have communicated and has faced a problem. So something like that. And good shot on the Veronica video, that quote extendable to a sleeping bag. And he did mention about the books and blogs of reframing and perspectives, and much more importance on the stakeholders was given. So that was been a wonderful insight. Looking forward for more smile in the long run. Thank you for being with us. And next in line, we have Professor Elam Sentosa from Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur. Over to you. Can we have the introduction, please?
Is Prof. Ilham here? Is he here?
Yeah, he should be around. You got the confirmation.
Okay, let me call
With Delhi and or can we have the next person?
And just give him a minute. Prof. Ilham, are you here? I see he's on the panel here, but there we go. There we go.
Okay, here we go.
All right. I'll share my slides.
You can share, sir.
Okay, right. Good afternoon, sir. And then, first of all, hello to everyone. Greeting from Malaysia. Yeah. First of all, I'd like to express my appreciations to Dr. Vishnu from Podomoro University, and also to everyone who have involved in this symposiums. First of all, I'd like to the title of my talk this afternoon is about grow and sustain. Actually, this is in line with Dr. Vishnu program. Yeah, this is what we have for about 6 to 8 months in Indonesia. Yeah, I think Dr. Vishnu, I'd like to express that this is the thing that the things that we have to put it in this region, especially in Southeast Asia, because the word growth and sustain is totally important, to all the entrepreneurs, and especially to entrepreneurs educators. This is very important because when we talk about growth without sustain, it's a kind of like, there is unbalanced situations. Okay, first of all, let me introduce. My name is Ilham Sentosa, right? From University Kuala Lumpur, yeah, Malaysia. We are our campus located, yeah, nearby KLCC. For those who familiar with Malaysia, so we are in downtown, just 5 minutes from KLCC. So we are entrepreneurial university, yeah, which is we have TVET, we applied TVETs in our courses. There are more than 147 courses, yeah, in our campus, and then we have 12 schools, yeah, 12 schools, engineering schools. But this afternoon, I'd like to highlight that based on my research, based on our research, and also based on how we are facing the educations, yeah, the entrepreneurial educations. TVET is one of the effective strategy and also solutions when we talk about the entrepreneurships. TVET is technical vocational, yeah, educations and training. Unicare right now we are as one of the providers of a higher TVET. So we are focusing, yeah, we are focusing with the technical engineering. That's all the subjects, yeah, all the courses, yeah. Along with the journey, along with journeys, we package the courses with the entrepreneurships. Okay, with entrepreneurships. So we have 12 campuses. Yeah, we have 12 campuses on the engineering. Yeah, on the engineering, and then we have one business school. So TVETs, yeah, TVETs that we have applied, yeah, for more than 20 years of unique as a journey. So we feel that's
Professor
this is,
Iram, sorry to interrupt. Can you just
Yeah.
go to the presentation mode so that it is clearly visible to the participants?
Oh yeah, okay, all right.
Thank you.
Is it okay? Yeah. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you see in here, that's TVET, which is we have the practical hands-on teachings, yeah, and also the professional certifications, yeah, industrialmanships, entrepreneurships, as if you see at the end is a spice. So again, the element of entrepreneurships, yeah, in our courses is very, very important, yeah. That's like, so we have 12 campuses, yeah, we have 12 campuses on the engineering. We have aviations, we have a marine, logistics, and then we have also chemical, yeah, chemicals. We have electrical, but the elements of entrepreneurships is a must. You know, it's a must in our TVET. So meaning that's along with the journey of the TVET itself, the entrepreneurship as a package, yeah, as a complete package on how we install to our students, on how we install to our ecosystem, yeah, education ecosystem. Now, when we talk about the TVET itself, of course, very, very important because the way how we run our program is more into a practice, a hands-on, yeah, a hands-on and also practice. You see in here, this is one of our TVET to the tourisms, yeah, tourisms, which is we try to apply, you know, we try to bring the students into hands-on, yeah. We try to bring students to the situations that's this is the real situations, yeah. This is the real situations on the industry level, yeah, industrial level. This is another examples that we have also on the food technology, like all the machines and all the infrastructures, yeah, infrastructures on the food technology, yeah, food technology. So when we talk about entrepreneurial educations right now, yeah, when we talk about the entrepreneurial educations, we believe that all the educators, yeah, all educators have the knowledge, have the experience, yeah, have the network, have the network, and like these symposiums for me is a very, very you know, like very, very attractive, you know, to encourage us to share our idea, you know, to share our experience. Thanks to Dr. Vishnu again, you know. But what are the things that I want to highlight in our discussion this afternoon? It's about how we are able to, you know, how we are able to bring our very basics, yeah, our very basics mindset is about transformations, you know, transformations. Like number one with the TVET, yeah, with the TVET, we believe that there's a lot of there's a lot of concepts, you know, like just now all the previous speakers, you know, already discussed about the techniques, about but the most important things that I want to highlight this afternoon is about the transformation itself, you know. Like, so we are the educators. Sometimes when we have a lot of techniques, when we have a lot of concepts, you know, that's but the basics idea about transformation itself, sometimes we forget this, yeah. Sometimes we escape, you know. So this is the thing that I want to touch again, you know, to all of us, yeah, as entrepreneurial educators. That's the process of transformations and how we try to bring it grounded. That's from the basic principle, from nothing become something, you know, from zero to hero, you know. Like me and Dr. Vishnu in these regions, we are interacted with the hundreds and thousands of entrepreneurs, yeah, entrepreneurs I can see that Dr. Vishnu is smiling now. Oh, this is the thing that we discussed during our during our fighting, like, okay. So this is the basic thing that's we run in these regions, okay? We run in just like Dr. Vishnu from Indonesia and from Malaysia. That's how we try to encourage all the participants, all the entrepreneurs. That's all right. We have this technique. We have a lot of approaches, but again, this is a very important sessions to all of us, okay, as entrepreneurial educators, okay? How the transformations, forms like we brings the candidate, we bring the babies from the various grounded situations that we bring them into something that into fundamental situations. Okay, all right. So this is one of my research. This is of my research about the entrepreneurial education. Of course, we believe that the curriculums, the teaching methodology, the university roles, university roles is very, very important on how we brings the candidates to the situations, to the environments of the practice. So again, most welcome to also educators that we believe that this is our role right now, how we bring our young talent, our young talents. That's we believe that's in the next futures. That's all these entrepreneurs, they need our hand, on how we play our role as entrepreneur educators to design the bridge, to bring them to the bridge, and also the most important thing that to make sure that the entrepreneurs able to go further, with their idea and situations. Okay. In conclusions, that's this morning's. I'd like to express my appreciations again to Dr. Vishnu, okay, to Dr. Chairman, and also all the organizers committee. And of course, in conclusions, there are two things that I would like to highlight in my discussion this afternoon. Number one, of course, when we talk about entrepreneurial education, TVET is one of the most important thing that I do believe that all of us know about TVET, but on how we apply TVET is the most important, okay, on how we are able to transform the scenario, how we are able to transform the idea of our young talent to make it real and happening. Thank you. Back to Prof. Chairman.
That's an awesome flow of information. Salem Santosa, that's a wonderful session. So what will happen if you don't transform? So we keep on talking and nothing happens. So that's where I rightly nailed that the transformation, how it is helping entrepreneurs, to move up from a naval stage or a startup stage to the next level, whether be it to the scaling level. So you've been mentioning about food technology and food processing. And that's wonderful that we mentioned about the collaboration with people and from nothing to something. That's really interesting, and that should be the spirit. With today's scenario is join hands and let us move forward, and without which things will not happen. So that's wonderfully nailed once again. So spoke about your research and then the pitching methodologies, what you have come across, and you have seen people, and that's how the conducive system literally helps people. When the entrepreneurial ecosystem literally helps people, and a lot of listings on your futuristic forward areas to cloud, to fashionista, to so many things. That's been quite interesting. Really, when you look at the viability of the project, that's where the mentor's role is very, very essential. A product may look good, but there may not be a need. Then what will happen? So it has to be creating a need so that the product is saleable. I mean, the more the want, scaling up will happen. So that's where the business will happen. So that kind of entrepreneurship for growth and sustainability is very, very essential, and that's well light. So thank you for being with us, Elam Santosa, Professor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Prof. Ilham, for bringing us TVETs again. So Yeah, actually, this is one of the focus in Indonesia as well, Prof. Ilham. So thanks for bringing us about TFETs and remind us again.
Thank you. Thank you.
Do we have any speaker left for time being? Okay, we have Dr. Shivani Trivedi. Up next, for Women Entrepreneurship Cell and Karivasa Vishwavidyalaya, India.
Right, let's.
Over to you.
Hi, thank you so much, Dr. Sampath, for this session, for chairing the session for us. We have completed our plenary session for this morning. So we're going to have a quick tea break, which we didn't have yesterday. We're going to have our tea break today, and then we are going to come on in about 10 or 15 minutes for plenary session 8. And when we come on for plenary session 8, we are going to have a very nice video of Podomoro University, which they're going to put on for us as soon as we come back after the tea break. So let's have a short tea break, everybody, and then we'll be back in about 15 minutes. Thank you, Dr. Sampath.
Thank you. Thank you. That's been a wonderful time with you all.
Yes, sir.
Learning and sharing.
Thank you, Thanks, Dr. Sentosa. We're going to be in Malaysia next. Coming to Malaysia next. Bye.
Sure. Definitely. You're invited to come to Kuala Lumpur.
I will be coming to UTSA University.
Yes,
okay.
sir.
All right.
So I'll connect with you when I am coming.
Most welcome. When you visited, okay, when you touch to Kuala Lumpur, give me a ring, okay?
Definitely. It will be mostly by September, October. Definitely we'll do that.
Okay, sure.
Thank you. Pleasure is mine.
Thank you so much. Okay.
And get going, great organization, great organizing. Thank you.
Am I audible?
I must
Yes.
Shivani, I must just introduce you. Just hold on 1 second. We're just waiting for your slide to pop up. Okay, good morning, everybody, and welcome back to our next plenary session 8. And our session chair for this session is Dr. Shivani Trivedi. She is the Associate Professor, Chief Coordinator of the Women Entrepreneurship Cell at Kadisarva Vishwadhyayala Institute. Over to you, Dr. Shivani.
Yeah. Good morning, all. We are very happy, to start this 8th plenary session of last, the 2 days marathon is going on, and I'm very grateful to giving me the opportunity to come forward in this particular participating as a knowledge partner in this conference. Thank you, Chami and organizer. Now, our next session, let me introduce.
We're just waiting for
Dr. Abha Rishi.
We're just waiting for the slide to pop up. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, so very warm welcome to our today's keynote speaker of session 8, Dr. Abha Rishi. She is the Professor Innovation and Entrepreneurship and Founder Trustee, Atal Incubation Center, BIMTech. We are really following, ma'am, you and your events. So we are really great that you are going to, enlighten us by way of introducing your topic, incubators, catalyst to entrepreneurship. Now, floor is yours, ma'am. Please.
Thank you, Dr. Shivani, and thank you, Charmaine, for inviting me to this particular conference. I mean, it's always a pleasure and a delight to join you in the various conferences that you keep organizing throughout the year. So yeah, going on ahead to the topic for the day, and also because the time is a little limited. So to the audience listening in, the topic for today's session is basically about incubation and how it can impact entrepreneurship and entrepreneurship ecosystems in the academic arena. So I don't know how many of you know about the international scenario when it comes to incubation. But as of now, there are 3 countries which are leading the race, and Malaysia is not very far behind. But at the same time, there are 3 which have got the numbers quite ahead of the others. So US, China, and India are the top 3. Israel is not very far behind, and we have the other countries coming up. And especially when it comes to the South Asian and the Southeast Asian countries, they're really evolving very fast, and the ratio has come up very, very quickly. So the situation for incubation across the globe is very good. And this is really very important, because when you look at the kind of situation which is prevailing across the globe when it comes to employment, see, all of you must be reading the newspapers, and you will be realizing that very few jobs are being created in various sectors. And actually, if you look at it, all the biggies of the world, whether it is you have the multinationals which are there, they're all reducing jobs. Actually, they're like doing away with a lot of portfolios and verticals, and they're cutting down on jobs. The financial situation is also not that great. So if you look at this kind of a scenario in the world, what is the solution? I mean, every year we have so many new graduates coming in. So where can these graduates go if they don't get jobs? I mean, think about the kind of social scenario which will be created with so much unemployment. And this is where entrepreneurship steps in as a savior for many countries. And especially, I'll say, for most of the populous nations which are there, and with the numbers of students who graduate every year, entrepreneurship has been a boon. But The problem out here is that it's good to think about entrepreneurship, but not many people have an idea of how to start a venture, how to create their own businesses. And this is where incubation centers play a very important and critical role. And let me tell you a little bit about incubation before I go on ahead and talk about how the impact is created by these centers. So what do incubation centers do? Incubation centers basically act as guides and mentors to those people, those students who want to start their own ventures, are willing to take the risk, but have no clue from where to start. So basically, an incubation center takes care of three things. So if you have an idea, it takes you from idea to prototype. And from prototype, it helps you get to the market, the GTM strategy or the go-to-market strategy, it helps you in that. And once you're visible in the market, it helps you scale up and grow. So how does this happen? For the idea to prototype level, the participant or the incubatee comes to the center and says, okay, I have an idea. So the incubation center people, what do? They help this person check the viability and the feasibility of that particular idea. Now, how do they do that? So there are a lot of sessions which are held in incubation centers, which help in the market research that is very necessary for the person to check the viability and the feasibility of their idea. And this checking would mean that the market, is it big enough? Is the idea financially viable? I mean, if the market is too small, then it doesn't make any sense to start that venture. But if the market is viable enough, big enough for the venture to enter into and grow and thrive, then yes, that's the first tick in the box. The second tick in the box would come from the financial viability. Is this person capable, or does that person have the capacity to start the venture and take it to the culmination? So the market feasibility is checked, the financial feasibility is checked, the technical feasibility is checked. All these things are checked, and then only does the incubation give the go-ahead to the participant and say that, okay, this idea is good, now go ahead and create the prototype. And while during creating the prototype, the incubatee also gets the help of mentors. Now, these mentors could be any kinds, like it could be a technical mentor, it could be a financial mentor who tells about like how they should go about getting certain types of funding, whether they should go in for grants, and all those plethora of services which an incubation center helps the incubatee with, or the person who has come in with that particular idea. So you can see that how the shape of that venture is now created. Starts off with just an idea. After checking the viability and the feasibility of the idea, now the shape of the venture is created. And the incubation center also helps in the type of entity which needs to be created. Now, like certain ventures, they need a lot of funding. So if you create a proprietorship kind of company or a LLP or an LLC, it's not really going to help because not many investors are happy investing in such companies. So with the help of the incubation center, the venture entity is also created. Which kind of an entity is the best suited for that particular kind of venture is also helped by the incubation center, right? So the basic stages are set. And once the thing starts rolling a little bit, the prototype is created. And from the prototype, the incubation center also helps in taking the prototype to the market and gets the first feedback. Do they need to reiterate on that and create a certain or more refined kind of prototype? Then they take it to the market. So the first initial revenue is generated. And here also, an incubation center can actually help the incubatee by giving them connects, by helping them in programs which can be piloted. So, I mean, across the globe, I have seen many incubation centers actually help these people pilot their programs either at, say, a small town level, a municipal level, or at different levels. I mean, wherever it is needed, that kind of support comes in. Because all good incubation centers have that kind of connects which are there, which is required by the incubatees. So that's the second level. The third level comes in when they're trying to scale up. Here is where you need the serious investors. So the first one, when you're thinking about the idea, the incubation center will help in getting grants. At the second level, the angel investors come in. At the third level, like I said, the more serious investors come in and they help in growing the venture to a different scale. It completely becomes a different league altogether. So in all these levels, the incubator helps. And that's very important because, like I said, entrepreneurship can be created only if that support systems are there. And incubators are the catalysts when it comes to entrepreneurship. So you have this college student out there who wants to start his own venture, but has absolutely no clue. Now he or she can come to the incubation center in the academic universities or even non-academic areas. They come in and these three things happen. Now imagine, from a simple little idea, this person has created a venture which is capable of giving employment. And that's ultimately the aim. So the business survives, people get employed, that means the economic status of the entire place becomes better. And that, like I said, is very important because no jobs being created or very less big jobs being created, the new ventures are the ones which are sustaining the economic development of a particular region. And we have lots of examples which actually cite that how entrepreneurship ecosystems have supported the growth of economic growth in many places across the globe, right? So now going on ahead to how the academic ecosystem can actually kind of plug and play into the entrepreneurial ecosystem. So our chair for this particular session, I was just seeing Dr. Shivani Trivedi is also heading the entrepreneurship cell in her institution. See, that's the beginning of the journey for many academic institutions. So when we started off in Birla Institute of Management Technology, BIMTech, as many of you know it, we started off with a small e-cell. Now this e-cell had a faculty member and a few students who were interested in entrepreneurship. They started off with doing activities which were conducive for people to start thinking about the entrepreneurial things which are there, like whether doing it in a controlled environment. So they would have some kind of an activity which would encourage the students to come together, start ventures which are piloted within the academic campus and see whether it can actually run in the real world. So starting from there with that small e-cell, it went ahead and created an incubation center. Of course, the journey was around like 6 to 7 years, but at the end of it, there was this beautiful incubation center, which is now well known throughout India. So academic institutions not only help through by having these kind of activities, but remember, many of the faculty members who are there, they bring in a wealth of expertise. Now, that expertise could be in any arena, like it could be whether you're good in the technical skills which are there. So you could, as a faculty member, be a technical mentor to many of these ventures. And remember, some of the things can be done pro bono. I mean, you can do it out of the goodness of your heart, but after some time, I mean, you can also charge equity or you can take certain mentoring fees. So it works out for both, for the mentee as well as for the mentor. And academic institutions, like I said, is the place to be where you need such kind of mentors. Where else can you have the best brains in the world when it comes to technical skills? Your own faculty who is there, who has dealt with so many of these kind of things across the years, can be a wonderful technical mentor. Then it comes to financial mentoring. Many of the finance faculty who are there, they understand the need, why it is necessary to go in for due diligence right from the beginning for a venture. Because if the venture doesn't do the kind of fine tuning of all the financial transactions which are there, investors who come in later are not interested in looking at that particular venture. So helping them right from the beginning to the scaling up stage, a lot of faculty can really put in their expertise and make the ventures come through. So it's a kind of win-win situation for both the faculties as well as for the mentees who are there in the incubation centers. And let me add on here, because Charmaine was telling there's a lot of faculty members who would be attending this particular session. So for faculty mentors, it's going beyond just the mentoring which is there. See, as a faculty mentor, there will be a lot of beautiful stories which can be written about these incubatees. So you have case studies out there. And each of these ventures which are there, they can be presented in various ways. So one venture which might be there would have something interesting in their marketing area, that they have done something different, or there could be some financial models that they might have used. So each of these can become a case study which can be written and published. And remember, as faculty, we need to publish. That's one area that you can think about, case studies. The second thing that you can think about is research papers. You know, I mean, there's a humongous amount of data which is created in incubation centers. What stops you from interacting with the incubation center staff, taking the data and creating research papers which can really impact the way incubation is looked at, or even entrepreneurship is looked at? You know, I mean, if I were to give an example of how policy can be created through certain things like this, way back in 2014, when we had just started this incubation center, we realized that women entrepreneurs face a very different set of challenges as compared to male entrepreneurs at that point of time. I'm not saying the same situation exists now, but 10 years ago, getting access to capital and finance was very difficult for women. At that time, there were hardly any women investors, and the ones that were there were not very much interested in investing in female entrepreneurs. You know, for those who come from the Southeast Asia and the Asian countries, they understand the kind of dichotomy which persists when it comes to the social situation. Although women comprise a huge percentage of the workforce, but when it comes to entrepreneurship, the percentage still lags. And not many banks were willing, now it's, like I said, the situation is different, were willing to invest in women. So there was a policy, there was a white paper which was written by me and some of my team members, which talked about these challenges. And it was sent across to the ministry in India. And they took cognizance of this fact. And there was something called Mahila Bank, which came into being. Mahila is basically women, so women's bank. So for funding micro enterprises by women, this kind of a banking system was created. I'm not saying this was entirely my thing only, but it probably contributed a small little mite to the entire policy making when it came for women entrepreneurs. So these kind of things can also happen when faculty members get into the whole thing. You can clearly write case studies, you can create research papers, you can create policy papers which can have an impact on your country's economic policy itself, right? So these are some of the things which are there. Plus, of course, as faculty members, I mean, when you are part of a venture, not only do you gain in experience, but you also gain financially. And like I said, your entire profile changes. So that is what is required. But let me also tell you, it's not that easy. I mean, it sounds good. It's very nice to do all these things. But there's something that you have to go beyond. When we started off in India 18 years ago, me and some of my other faculty colleagues who were there in entrepreneurship were actually ridiculed. I mean, it was like, what the hell are you guys up to? Entrepreneurship is not going to make any difference. But today, as we stand here 18 years later, we can see the impact and we can see the difference that entrepreneurship has made in India. So, not necessarily that when you start off, you will be like kind of held in high esteem. It's quite possible, depending on the social milieu that you're in, you could be ridiculed. But remember, entrepreneurship is the present and is also the future. Because the way many of the big companies are functioning, very few jobs are being created, which can really help the students to get employment. So you can be a real change maker. And you can create that kind of catalyst which is there. And when you talk about a bunch of faculties coming in together, when you talk about a bunch of departments coming in together and creating that change, then your institution, your academic institution will be the leading light for many other institutions out there. So this are some of the things that I wanted to talk to you about, like how creating a small e-cell, leading it up to an incubation center, and from there on to an accelerator and many other things which are there. You can create the catalysm which can change the economics scenario of the place that you're in. Research has shown that incubation centers do create that kind of ecosystem which helps impact not only the social but also the economic status of people in that particular region. Why? Because incubation centers bring in a lot of stakeholders. So normally people have this blinders on when it comes to incubation center, and they say that you usually have just investors and you have a few of these mentors and the incubators out there. No. Incubation centers also act as community hubs. You know, many high net worth individuals have turned angel investors because of the connect that they had with incubation centers. Now, imagine a situation. Let me talk about this. You have this incubation center out there. You have the incubators, the participants who have were working with the different programs. Now, you have some high net worth individuals coming in, and they sit and talk with these incubators, and suddenly it clicks that, okay, one person is working in the field of cybersecurity, another person is working in the field of financial ecosystem, financial modeling, and they understand that a joining of this together can probably be the next big thing when it comes to banking. So this guy who has come in from as a high net worth individual from the banking ecosystem knows that investing into this particular two ventures can create a difference when it comes to the financial world. So he then becomes an angel investor. So a simple meeting with different kinds of people, which has happened in the incubation center, creates a completely new thing in the financial world. So it's not just, like I said, the small things which are there. An entire ecosystem can be created in which you will have multiple stakeholders. Alumni come in. See, any good academic institution has a plethora of alumni in different dimensions. Each of them can come in either as a mentor, a coach, an investor. I mean, they could come in plethora of roles, right? So, but that also helps in the academic institution creating better connects with the alumni. Then you have, of course, the existing network which is there of the bureaucrats. Now, they are also looking for solutions for various challenges that they face in their region. These incubators who are there could probably create solutions which could be a plug and play for the bureaucrats. So you're creating that network between the government servants, the bureaucrats, and the ventures which are there. So the limit of the ecosystem is limited to your own thought process. The world is huge, and it all depends on how and where and with whom you create those links, right? So I think I have now been talking for around 20 minutes. So I'll stop here right now, and 5 minutes, I think, is there for question and answers. Charmaine and
participants, we are mostly, invited your questions.
So, Dr. Yes, please. Sorry.
So Dr. Eva, maybe I must go first while we're waiting for someone else. So I'm always so enthralled with your, with your incubation center. I'm always seeing all of these amazing things that you're actually doing. Interestingly enough, we actually had a meeting on Friday here in South Africa, in Cape Town, actually, with the German startup, the German startup ecosystem. And we were actually talking about South Africa, with all our amazing, or should I say South Africa and the African continent, with all our amazing resources. I mean, we supply the globe with so much of resources. And even part of Africa also does a whole lot of technology. But when it comes to setting up entrepreneurship incubators, when it comes to fostering the entire entrepreneurship education system, what we say and what we do does not talk to each other. And I mean, I get into lots of fights and debates, because I'm so upset with our ecosystem here. For me, it's like it's going at such a slow pace. It's like not happening fast enough. The world, like the whole world, India, China, US, even Israel. I love Israel's ecosystem. They're like just running, like fire. But we are actually going so slow here. So, I think about the challenges we have here in South Africa. And yesterday, Professor Lana Brady, she spoke so much about exactly what I represent and what I'm passionate about. And I don't know, does politics in India in any way affect anything to do with the entrepreneurship ecosystem, the building of incubators? Because from what I know and what I've been doing for the past few years in India, and that I'm finding you have so much of support. There's just so much of support, and it's almost like governments made it like it's mandatory. We want private, we want corporate to get involved. We want everybody involved. So does politics also affect things like they do here? Because here, our political instability kills everything. It just kills every single thing here. We've got the highest unemployment, yet we should have the best ecosystem actually happening. It's not happening. I mean, what our statistics actually give the world, and the statistics that I've done and I know for the last 5 years, they don't talk to each other. So just just help me with that. Tell me, what can we do?
Well, Dr. Shivani, I would say that you are exactly in the same place that we were around 15 years ago. So at that point of time, we didn't have much government support. Of course, this government after 2014 has made a lot of change in the policies, because they understood, like I said, that entrepreneurship is the present and is the future. Big companies are not creating enough jobs for the number of graduates which are there every year. So whether it's South Africa, India, or any of the other countries which are there, the job situation is not keeping pace with the number of graduates coming up. So we have to think alternate ways of creating employment. And entrepreneurship and creation of good, viable ventures is the only way ahead. So before 2014, yes, the political system, the government system did not support the creation of incubation centers. It did not support entrepreneurship. But then, like where you are right now, I would suggest that you write a lot of white papers, send it out to the ministries which are there. It's a tough job. It's a grueling task, but then ultimately that's the only way ahead. So from your own point of view, from your own university's point of view, I would suggest that create that ecosystem within your university at least, so that your own students are ready to take on such kind of ventures or create these kind of ventures. So when the government comes to its senses, and it will, let me tell you, because they will also understand that South Africa cannot continue the way it is without taking in such kind of policies. As of now, it is much more, from what I've been reading, it's much more skewed towards the big businesses. But there will come a time when they have to do a turnaround and look at the small businesses and help them grow. So India like in the last so many years has had the support of the government, because now it's almost mandatory to start a incubation center if you're a technical institution. But earlier this was not the case. Earlier we were at, like I said, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, we were on almost at the same level that South Africa is right now in this particular ecosystem. Otherwise, I mean, there are different dimensions in which South Africa is doing much better than India. But for the incubation and entrepreneurship ecosystem, this is there. So think about starting the change at a smaller level within your university, and then you can think about maybe the geographical area that you're currently present in. So you can spread out, like, and then keep creating those kind of things. And you can yourself also act as a hub. You know, like you can reach out to the different universities who are there in, say, maybe 50 or 100 kilometers in your radius, and you can help them set up on incubation centers, e-cells, the entrepreneurship cells, and other things. Create that ecosystem. So they become the spokes, you become the hub, and then you go ahead.
You see, like I'm doing I think about my 5th or 6th international symposium, and the Germans ecosystem asked me, so like, you're from South Africa, but everything you're actually doing, you're running from South Africa, you're running it from Cape Town, but you're presenting and you're connecting and collaborating with everyone everywhere else except South Africa. Which is actually, you know, it's so ironic, because I cannot get it going. Even incubators, there's so much of, I don't know if it'll ever get better, because you know we had democracy now over 30 years, and it still seems like, you know, there's still so much, there's no inclusivity with so many things, you know. And you know, we actually heard, you know, that we have so much of, you know, the banks and interest rates, and there's so much of money actually flowing out of the country instead of into the country and churning entrepreneurship. It's actually just not happening. But anyway, I'll probably get into trouble for saying this, but thank you so much. I'm going to probably get you to assist me, Dr. Eva.
You're most welcome. Actually, I am also working with the German ecosystem. We had a meeting here around 3 months ago with some of the people from the German embassy. So I'll be happy to give whatever support is required. And you know, like what you're talking about, the money flowing out, it's basically because the money is not finding the right investment opportunities within South Africa itself. So by creating these kind of things, you can actually keep the money inside. And you can, like I said, you can really create an impact in your socioeconomic scene. So I'll stop right now. And anybody who wants to reach out to me, you're most welcome. I'll just put in my email ID. Is there any place where that I can put in my email ID? Yeah, the chat is here. So I'll just, I think I'm able to send it across only to the hosts and the panelists, but maybe the organizers can share this email ID with anybody who wants to reach out to me. So it's abharishi07@gmail.com. And here it goes. So thank you so much. And
thank you.
Thank you again for having me here. I wish you all the best for this.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Abharishi. Really, you have presented the definition in 360-degree about incubation, how with the help of, you know, the ecosystem strongly we create by not facing but solving slowly and gradually ecosystem strongly. So mentor-mentee relationship, the strong research content can also be generated, and we can really achieve our targets by way of strengthening the ecosystem. And very short notice, you have just supported for the time duration. We are also thankful to you, Dr. Abha. Thank you so much. Now we have Dr. Deepak Shah. He is a professor, Institute of Engineering and Management, University of Engineering and Management, Kolkata, India. Sir, we are really welcome you for this second session of, you know, the 8th Planetary Sessions series. And we would love to listen you on the topic of quantum entrepreneurship. Please, sir, now floor is yours. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Shivani. Just can I request you to stop sharing so that I can share my screen? Yes. Thank you. Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Charmin, and also Dr. Vishnu, and the session chair, Dr. Shivani, for this opportunity. Myself, Dr. Deepak, from. Just let me share the screen. Yeah. Just a minute.
Just want to go to presentation mode,
Yes,
Dr.
yes,
Deepak?
yes,
Okay.
yes. Yeah. So myself, Dr. Deepak from University of Engineering Management, Kolkata, and today I'm going to share our experience, what we used to with our university ecosystem as a part of the entrepreneurship program. As you know, in our university ecosystem, we have our IEDC, which we call as the IEDC, through which we promote the entrepreneurship program. And basically, in our institute, I'm the part of the School of Management. And through the School of Management, once new graduates, they take entry in our ecosystem. Not only we train them and take them to the business management theoretical program, but also we arrange many programs, many initiatives to train them, and we try to take them towards the culture of entrepreneurial journey. Then apart from these particular activities, we also have the various ties with the state government through MSMEs. We try to take them towards the journey so that they can understand the concept of introducing a new startup and how to introduce a business so that this business can sustain for a long period of the time. Today, I have a very interesting concept to explain you when we train the new graduate who are just young, who have taken admissions with a lot of expectations to do something new for their career. Not only to get a job, to be the part of the entrepreneur, but to also, how do we insist them, encourage them to be the part of entrepreneurial activities. And call our today's discussion on quantum entrepreneurship. Basically, the difference that we explain them on the entrepreneur and quantum entrepreneur. Both they do work on the high quality R&D priorities. They basically try to develop their own ideas. They create it. They fight for a long period of the time, and they try to promote their ideas. And how do they promote their ideas? How do they create their ideas? How do they introduce the concept in the market? Before introduce the concept in the market, how do they understand its demand? How do they think of it? How do they understand its competition and then work on it? Once we initiate our understanding, what we basically do through our IDC, we explain them on 4 parameters. We call them that once you are in the process of entrepreneurial journey, you are also the part of creating innovative ideas. What is innovation? It is basically what is unique. And how do we create those innovative ideas so that can be challenging ideas for others to think, rethink, and again think. We also call how all those ideas are risk involved ideas. How to take a risk, how to take your ideas forward with existing and associated risk. Once we look into this fact, we take many examples which we have. We have almost in our journey of 35 years university journey, we have almost more than 87 startups which we used to nurture with our mentoring skills. And we take those examples, we set those, and we set a vision with a priority that what we are supposed to do in this financial year or during first year of your MBA journey. With this, how exactly we showcase those talent? We also, apart from this IDC, we also have our own business case research center of excellence. What do we do? Once we initiate with any process, once we find in any year, the number of ideas that we have, we encourage them to work on it. Once they start working, we help them through our own mentoring activities or mentoring skills. And then those businesses, those activities, those ideas which have future, which can be flourished, we take them forward, and also we finance them, finance those ideas, so that initially through our own finance, they can start their ventures, and which are at all not found good to start. We also help them through various training on how to work with new and innovative ideas. We prepare a repository through our business research case cell so that those ideas which have already been taken can be re-explained, can be presented tomorrow once a new batch will join as a part of success and failure story that we have already. What is basically, why exactly you do it? We do it because only to present some organizing skills. What are the problems? What are the weakness that we had with those ideas which are in failure part? What are the skills that were adopted or used to make the venture more fruitful, which are still doing well through our nurturing and mentoring activities that we also promote? What we basically, so we always used to promote that instead of profit, we must look into the fact on whether it is innovative or not. Why exactly? Because it's a new startup, new ideas, unique initiative, has potential, got mentoring support, financial support. Can they use those at early stages of the journey so that they can get the advantage? Why? Because this part of the model that we used to share with our the students, and also who come to take the training through our IDC, we explain them who have intention to start their small journey with their small financial availability. What we call, like, say, the entrepreneurial innovative ecosystem that we talk about. If we just call the segment it in 4 parts of the journey, like call first quarter, second quarter, third quarter, and the fourth quarter, we say that we must have something to achieve at early stage of the journey. Why exactly? Because if you are able to establish your ideas, knowing what exactly is happening, then you will get advantages. And you will be able to have your own fruitful during this process of entrepreneurial journey. You will be able to transform your dream to your own project at early stages of the journey. And you will be able to improve your understanding with the market expectations. And you will be able to establish your presence in the market. And if it is too early in your journey, entrepreneurial journey, you will be able to get some positive return immediately. That will help you, again, that will help you to gain more from the existing one, or who may have a plan to join after you. That basically call the part of the quantum entrepreneurial activities. And once it is done, we also train the latter part of the journey, introducing the part of the cultivator. And you have already, your presence is already there, you have already done. You are there as a part of existing business activities. So what has to be done in the immediate next, that you need not to compete with, you need only to cultivate. Forget about the competitive part, because it has already been done through your unique initiative. What we basically do in doing so, once we find the college students, they are very interesting. They have their interesting ideas. They are interested to join the cell. We train them. We invest. Say, for example, just I'm sharing with you, which are the very one of the best practice of our university ecosystem. Called initially, once they join, once we take the induction training program on entrepreneurial part, on that day, we give them 1,000 rupees on behalf of the organizations to the team. And we ask them that you take this 1,000 rupees and start your business with your own ideas. With training, once you are the part of this particular process, once you are doing your own ideas in reality, and once you practice with this, you will get to know how to do business. Because it is important. Now we are talking about, we also have the specialization on entrepreneurship and family business. Before we encourage them to be the part of the process, to train them theoretically, and if we have any objective to get some return quantitatively, to get some result-oriented actions, we must be in the process. And there must be some hands-on activities. We believe and we follow that if we do not follow this practice, if we take them to training, if we inject new ideas time to time, what will happen? We may not get the results what we expect. So once they are in the process, they understand what can be, or what are the things which they may face or they are facing. They discuss during the training, and we explain them how to work on. That means we train them to be the part of the journey. We also train them, once you are in the process, how to use those ideas, how to protect your ideas, how to cultivate the process. And this really helped them to be the part. And till today, we have the evidence of more than 87 success stories, which we develop, which we keep stored in the form of cases in our own business case study development center, in a center of excellence of research in business cases. And these really helpful in helping the immediate next year, the young minds, to be the witness of the existing story. So we must have some story that has to be informed, and that we do this particular practice. What exactly? So we look into the process of only doers. Then we look into the process of helping them to be the achievers. What is basically the concept that we follow? The once after 6 months, once they have some return on thousands, they return that thousands to the account section. But what we do, just the profit that you have, you also submit it. what exactly? Those profit, those part, it will be used to again train the rest of young minds. So they inspire, they motivate, they are motivated. We motivate them. They also motivate their young minds. So while sharing their experience with the process, that means not only we talk about that planning, not only we take them towards the process of the organizing skills, not only we train them, but also we help them to know how to earn. That means we talk about the hands-on experience. And those activities really helps us in introducing the concepts of being the part of the particular story. We help them in explaining the concept of the call. How do we explain the concept of the dreamer? We help them once you are in the process using the part of the theoretical aspects to hands-on training. How to develop your expectations from your own, from the day one, so that you can be the part of the process. We also develop that how to prepare your own structure. Once you have your own baby, you have more expectations. And once you have your own expectations, once you come to us with your ideas, once you are really doing good, and then we select and we ask them that you go for registration. In this way, we follow the process. Then we call, yes, you have already the skills. Now, literally, if you want to be the part of the process, instead of being the part of entrepreneur activity, if you join entrepreneur activities, then they, they feel very happy to be the part of this particular specializations, and you call entrepreneurship and family business. Have seen for the last few years that almost 4 to 5% students we get from those families which they have their existing family business and they want to do something better. If they may have a small ventures, they want to do something better through their MBA journey. They want to learn what to do. There we basically help them how to turn their dream into reality. Many examples are there who joined earlier, doing very good. We also invite them to share their stories with their juniors. Why exactly? Because this is basically the critical path of any journey that has to be shared. And with this process, what we try to? We basically try to initiate a process which may initially look into the part of entrepreneurial journey, but at end of the process, basically what we find that it helps them to know what exactly to do, how to start critically in thinking an idea and introducing the idea. And we basically act as a moderator between the ideas that they are having and once they think to introduce their ideas in reality, how do we train them through our existing ecosystem so that they can reach what they are planning to? I'll not take much time because I had a small presentation of what we must do since we have already seen since 2014 onwards. That is a trend that we need to develop our own ecosystem. Every business schools, every engineering networks, they have there already. We also have. And we train them so that they can do something good. They can come up with their new ideas. They can introduce and share their ideas. We can train their concept. We can train them and their concept to again revisit a particular story so that we can add those stories for future learners. With this, so we end with this particular the statement that every big enterprise starts early with a small dream. Now, say, initially, I have already mentioned that what we basically do. Why do we give them, to some extent, a small monetary support so that they can understand the values of money? They can understand how to use the money, utility. They can understand what they are going to and what are the challenges that they are facing during this process, 6 months process. Can they work on it? And once they come up with their stories, what they have done through that particular process journey, they learn a lot. And it really helps them to be the part of the process. And really helps us also to let them know that what you need to do while getting some result-oriented action. So do keep dreaming to becoming a quantum entrepreneur, because success stories and failure stories, if you find almost being the part of the management educations and a base course, what we have seen that every year we have thousands to thousands stories, but how many of them are still alive? How many of them can sustain? How many of them are helpful for organizational growth? That is important. So with this, I conclude and leave it to the chair for her statement.
Dr. Shivani, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you, Dr. Deepak Shah. Very nicely, you have expressed the quantum entrepreneurship and the identifying the entrepreneurs from the early stage to dreamer to the cultivator. By sharing your best practices at your university, really going to be helpful to all the faculty members over here who are, equally, working as, Abha ma'am also shares that we have to contribute towards a strong ecosystem. So thank you so much for contributing the angle on quantum entrepreneurship. Thank you, Deepak Shah.
Thank you.
Now we have a next session. Saunik Sureen. He is a manager planning and procurement, Tata IMG, and he's coming with very, the different angle of entrepreneurship and health equity. So we welcome you, Saunik Saurabh, to enlighten all of us with this, the topic of health equity and entrepreneurship. Welcome. Yeah. Now floor is yours, Saunik.
Sure. So, good morning all from India. This is Saunik Saurabh here. So, I work with India's biggest conglomerate, Tata Sons, into the one of the newest business, that is the e-pharmacy, where we work on the healthcare domain, into the medicines, diagnostics, consultations, and also helping out with the help of the government of India and some of the state governments into the oncology treatment, that is the cancer care in India. So like Tata Group has been a pioneer into oncology healthcare. Okay. So while working into the sector, I came across this healthcare parity thing. Okay. So if we look at the Indian hospitals, as well as the US and Australians, and maybe some UK hospitals. We will see a flow of patients not from the native country. We will feel that majority of the patients coming over there are from a distant country, have paid a hefty fee on the visa, have paid a lot to the airlines to come across, and then they are getting their treatment done over there. So this is, so to name some, like if you look at India, you will find people from Bangladesh, Bhutan, Nepal, then some of the Saudi countries, and then coming to the African countries, particularly to North African countries. So they came for the treatments, surgeries, and other planned medical treatments. Similarly, you will see some Indians flowing to US, UK when it comes to their arthritis, osteoarthritis thing, because they have the best of the medical facilities over there. So this creates a disparity into the healthcare system across the world, because I guess every country we talk about is almost working like an independent unit, not a colony more. For last 40, 50 years, they have their independent form of governments, some elected by the people, some have their own systems to be elected, and a lot has been invested into this sector. But still, the parity lies there. So when this voicing come up, so this has started in 1996 in US, when the insurance company started denying for the claims of the mental health. Okay. Then there was a like debates, discourses, then lawsuits going on there. Then the US Congress decided to move ahead with a motion that the mental health things will be covered into your healthcare insurance also, and this should be treated as any physical healthcare element. So from there, it's been 28 years now, and still we have these issues. Still, many countries don't have this facility of covering mental health or many other diseases into their healthcare insurance sector. And even if it covers as a whole, healthcare insurance only covers roughly 20 to 30% of the population. Rest are covered into the social security services. So how startups and entrepreneurship is creating a bridge between this disparity. So my topic will revolve around that. So back to March 2020, when there was a global pandemic coming in the name of COVID. So every country was landlocked, no flights, nothing. So each country has to make their own healthcare ecosystem to survive. And then at that time, these entrepreneurs, these healthcare startups came in. They build something into 2 to 3 months, which wasn't built into last 20, 30 years. They work extensively with the local bodies, governments, administrations, and created things like oxygen banks, concentrators, masks, PPE kits, medicines, everything. And then some companies also pitch into making the vaccine. And be it any vaccine you name, starting for the pediatric vaccines to the hepatitis and cervix. COVID vaccine is the fastest made vaccine into this healthcare history. So 6 to 7 months for all vaccines, and it is launched. So this is how, when a startups play into the picture, the game goes fast. It is more accessible and affordable too, because when big companies make them, they pose a good cost of R&D into it, and also a brand value accumulation. So brand equity comes into play, and the prices goes off the grid. But when healthcare startup comes, they have a we can say a motive of going with a large number of patients or large number of users. So this is how this is done. Now to put on some examples of them. So when this pandemic was going on, then there was a huge need of oxygen concentrators, because that is the purest form of oxygen we can get, because cylinders make it contaminated and all. So there were roughly 1,700 manufacturing units into Southeast Asia alone, manufacturing these oxygen concentrators, and that has given employment to roughly 3 lakhs people. That is the 0.3 million people. It's has given employment, and then also putting a lot to the GDP of the both producing nation as well as the consuming nation. So how did the startups make a complete infra, metro logistics, supply chain, all the licenses compliance into place, and all through a very speedy mode, like a speedy trial thing. So the more we have to get into this, the more startups we need, which can make this disparity gone. So some of my viewpoints as per my research with some of my industry partners. So first thing is the affordability, because in Southeast Asia, I am focusing more on Southeast Asia because I have this area of scope is Southeast Asia more. So the per capita income is not so high like the other continents, or also the expenditures on the medical expenses is not so good even with the government. So for the ASEAN countries, the Association of Southeast Nations, the overall expenditure on the healthcare is only 4%. While for the OECD nations, it around 12.5%. So even the government is not willing to expend more on the healthcare infra, healthcare services, or a future plan for the healthcare. And so are the people. So are the people from the country. They are not also putting in more over there. And this leads to the maternal deaths are more during the delivery of the babies. We have around average of like 225 women die out of the 1 lakh deliveries. And this is really concerning and huge, because whatever we talk of, maybe AI, ML technology, everything, our lives matter more than any other sector. And for that, healthcare is a backbone. So we need more startups leveraging the technology with human interventions and the science, basically the medical science, putting into place and creating an ecosystem that leads to a more healthier life for all. And also accessibility is the second thing. So we have seen villages into the Indian countryside where the nearest primary healthcare center, not even a hospital or super specialty hospital, is roughly 50 to 55 kilometers. So even if you get a cut, a major cut kind of thing, or you get an accident, you have to travel 50 kilometers, and converting it into time as per the Indian roads, traffic, everything, this roughly goes up to 30 to 40 minutes. So after getting a hit, we will need another 30 to 40 minutes to reach to a nearest good doctor. So that's the condition. And through the accessibility, leveraging of tech, where via video conferencing facility or a robotic surgery, a doctor sitting around 1,500 to 2,000 kilometers away can look at the patient, consult him, give a better medication, even if a surgery is needed, can perform that. And this needs a whole PPP mode of the things, that is the public-private partnerships, where both the administration and the private players need to come hand in hand and then make this ecosystem better for the people. And for the people, I would request to raise voice for their needs, because to make someone listen, we have to like raise our voices a bit. Because in 1996, when mental health comes under the insurance radar, it was the people who made this, and India did it in 2018, roughly around 22 years later, because we waken up late into that. So other countries also needs to raise their voices to make this world a healthier world, we can say. So that's all from my side. Open for questions.
Okay, great, Sonik Saurabh. Very, nicely you have expressed the how health equity can be a wider scope, to encouraging more entrepreneurs. Even I would like to share in this particular forum that recently I have started with my psychology faculty fraternity. We have done one research and we are going to move forward on that. We are assessing the mental health condition of homemakers due to the use of all, the smart appliances at the home. So what kind of impact are going on? So really, it is again one area where from the government side we can find some gray, the shades. But yeah, as we know that we have to work hard so that ultimately we are the one as an individual who can bring the revolution. So thank you, Sonik Saurabh, for enlightening and
Thank you, ma'am.
very
Thank you,
nice
ma'am,
this
for
topic
giving me this
on
platform.
health equity and entrepreneurship. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now with the technological revolution, we are going to have one more expert with us, Mr. Atul Padalkar, sir. Mr. Atul Padalkar, sir,
We're just
has
waiting for his
shared his,
screen. We're just waiting for his screen to pop up.
No, I think Atul sir has shared his screen. So Atul sir is a co-founder. Yeah.
Okay, Atul, we just need to put up your poster quickly to introduce you.
Do you want me to put it up, or are you happy to put it up yourself?
No, we just need to put up your screen to introduce you. We've got a special screen for you.
With your photo, yeah.
Oh my God, okay.
Yes. So we welcome you, sir. So we have now Atul, Padakar, sir. He is the CEO of BizFarm Incubator, again at, KwaZulu, Natal, South Africa. Sir, we are again grateful to, listen to you in the dimension of technology, how technology and entrepreneurship can together work very nicely so that, we can be a stronger part of the ecosystem. You may proceed, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shivani. And maybe if you can indicate how much time I have, because we are running 12 minutes late.
Shall I share your slide?
Yeah, please, if you don't mind. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Just give me.
We can give you 15. We can give you about 15 to 20 minutes if that's enough.
Yeah, plenty. Thank you.
Okay.
Great. So, Salamat Siang, as we would say in Indonesian Bahasa. Namaste, Vanakkam, and San Bonani, as I would say from Durban, South Africa. So it's great to be a global citizen. And as the slides start coming up, and if that's not possible, I'm happy to do it from my side, Dr. Shivani.
I
Just
think,
let
is
me
it
know.
possible? Is it now
Yeah.
visible?
It's not visible, but look, I'm happy to do it from my side if that helps you. Are we good?
It is shared, I think.
Yeah, so I've shared it already. Thank you very much. Great. So today I'm going to talk about developing the technology to deliver entrepreneurship training. And this is especially in the post-COVID kind of world. And a lot of discussions have just now been done in terms of COVID. And, as fellow academics, we love books. And therefore, if you walk into the office of any academic, you're going to see a stack of books. But very soon, these books are not likely to be there because the way technology is going, the books are probably going to start moving into apps. So that's what I'm going to talk a bit about. So just a very quick little background. BizFarm is a farm where we grow entrepreneurs. If you go to a normal farm, you will see, carrots and cabbages being grown. But in the farm of BizFarm, we grow entrepreneurs. And we started off in 2010. This was on the day when the Soccer World Cup kicked off. And we realized there was a big gap in the market. And this was that the center of gravity of entrepreneurship is moving from young people starting their ventures from colleges to people who are around 30 and 40 and 50 years of age and want to make a new beginning. And most of them are frustrated with their corporate jobs. I was one of them. And I realized that, all our education is pretty useless when it comes to starting a business because that is not taught to us formally in our traditional education system. And therefore, it's not just education, but the whole process of how an entrepreneur is built. So we started BizFarm as an incubator and we've progressively evolved ourselves into an accelerator. And let me explain how the process actually took through. We started off BizFarm when we first started by refusing a grant of 30 million rands. And this was the beginning for us to say that, if you want to teach business, you should run a business incubator as a business. So today, 14 years later, we are sustainable with no government funding. We are sustainable because our staff own majority of the business. And we are a for-profit company and we are not shy about it. We don't make much profit, but I think the point here is about sustainability more than anything else. So this was the first, I would say, disruption in the way how we set up the business model for BizFarm itself. And now we've realized that in the post-COVID world, we need scalability. And to achieve that, post-COVID, technology is the way to go for us. So if we take a step back and start from the basics and start looking at the overall entrepreneurial process, we know that it all starts with the idea, or rather identifying a problem worth solving, goes to opportunity, planning, execution, resource mobilization, and so forth. So all the learned people in this room are more than familiar with what this process is. But normal entrepreneurship does not work as per the textbook. It's not only asynchronous, it's also asymmetric. That means it does not follow a specific timeline, nor does it necessarily follow the same stages for everybody. And if you recall the first session by Dr. Rajiv Roy, day before yesterday, the problem that when we teach entrepreneurship is that we work on a one-size-fits-all approach. And that's not true. Every person is different. Their needs are different. Their ability to learn is different. Their objectives are different. Their processes are different. And yet we put everybody in the same classroom and expect that the same input and the same output will result in the same entrepreneurial process. And that does not happen. Obviously, we get disappointed. And we know that entrepreneurship is also not for everybody. So not everybody is designed to be an entrepreneur. It's only a very few of them. But if these very few are well supported, it makes all the difference because they in turn would create the jobs that are necessary. So how does one work on creating personalized journey for developing an entrepreneur is the big problem that we are now looking at solving. How do we make entrepreneurship more fun? How can we make it more impactful? How can we make it more interesting? Because, getting the attention of young people, and even now slightly not so young people, is not easy. The attention span is now for human beings dropped to below that of the goldfish. So getting attention of people and engagement has become one of the major challenges for teaching entrepreneurship. So the traditional chalk and talk method of entrepreneurship is not yielding the kind of results that we have all expected it to have. And moreover, I think in the post-COVID world, the way teaching and learning happens is basically we sit in front of the screen and the teacher talks and everybody switch their cameras off as very conveniently it happens. And you have no idea what people are doing at the back of the screen. They're probably texting, eating, sleeping, all kinds of things. I've seen, and I don't want to mention things, but you know what I'm talking about, that happens behind those closed cameras. And therefore, the post-COVID world is now asking us, how do you engage students? How do you deliver entrepreneurial experiences at scale to people? And I think this has essentially shifted the way we develop entrepreneurs. The focus, of course, is more and more now on digital skills. We are looking at using online platforms. We are looking at making this a more interactive and an agile experience. And just as Mr. Saurabh just spoke, it's a lot about also incorporating mental health and well-being. Earlier it used to be death by PowerPoint, now it's death by Zoom. So this scenario is going to shift us into making learning more stimulating and with simulations more involving and interesting. And this calls for developing a technology stack. If you see any carpenter, if you see any mechanic, they've got a toolbox. And for someone who's a new mechanic or a new carpenter, almost all problems can be solved with a hammer. But as the expertise improves, the technician finds the right tool for the right purpose and is able to use them in the right way. And I think entrepreneurship educators probably now need to look at doing the same, which is to have a stack of different tools and use those tools in the right way, at the right time, at the right place, for the right occasion. So this is why the technology stack is now going to help us to make entrepreneurship more scalable, more impactful, and will be more interesting. So this has changed, especially after COVID. Before COVID, it was all face-to-face, chalk and talk, and collaboration was pretty much around the classroom or boardroom. And the use of Zoom, Teams, etc. was there, but of course to a far much more limited kind of extent. This has changed now. So today the classroom is sitting in the cloud. And this means you've got to use cloud-based solutions for it, whether it's on a Microsoft or a Google or any other cloud, doesn't matter. But the cloud infrastructure and understanding the cloud infrastructure has become an imperative for entrepreneurial educators. The second imperative is understanding how remote work works and how it doesn't work, and how cybersecurity has become so important in making sure that your data privacy and all of these POPIA related kind of aspects are taken into consideration. Traditional collaboration has now shifted to online collaboration, and therefore one has to look at using tools like Trello and Asana, which help people to work together on projects, such as making a business model canvas in a collaborative kind of a way. And therefore, new software tools, new repositories are all required to happen. If you see this presentation, it's sitting in the Google Cloud on the Pomodoro University's cloud that was sent to us. The link was sent to us. I will uploaded it. I had an older version yesterday. Today morning, I uploaded a slightly new updated version, and that's basically how things are able to happen real time, online, anywhere in the world, same time. So this has changed the way how people are starting to develop technology stacks. And today, therefore, if you look at some of the major tools, an entrepreneurial educator needs to look at having an LMS, which is the traditional Moodle or Blackboard kind of tools on one hand, and some of the more new evolving LMSs such as Thinkific, Talent SMS, LMS, and so forth. Many of these are tools which are starting to make the learning experience far more seamless. You're able to put your assessments, videos, lecture notes, and everything else on the one platform, and it's able to do all the kind of necessary backend processes wherever required. Video conferencing, we are already on Zoom, but we could have been on Teams or Google Meet as well. So you have to decide what works well for you, and also what your institution's preferences are. Then you have specialized platforms, excuse me. And then we have specialized platforms. So sometime back when I used to be with the Wadhwani Foundation, there was a very nice and interesting tool called LearnWise. Also invest in a tool called Growth Wheel, which is basically designed to help entrepreneurs to look at making decisions and actions. Then there are other specialized tools such as Miro. And then, of course, there are tools such as business plans, procurement platforms, and simulations. So you see, for an entrepreneur, as well as for the educator, the number of tools are so many that there's a steep learning curve for anyone to actually understand and master these tools. So, you have to use at least one tool and master it well. And once you've mastered it well, it's pretty easy then after that to move to the next tool, because the learning curve is pretty much easier for that matter. In other words, if you've learned Zoom, the learning curve on Teams is much smaller, and so forth for, let's say, Google Meet. So in each of these specific platform areas, mastering one platform is unfortunately a necessary imperative for the entrepreneur educator of tomorrow. And it's literally like, planning a whole learning journey. So if we plan the path, and if imagine for yourself to become, a tour guide, if I can put it that way, the tour guide's job is to understand what the, tourist is looking for, and take the tourist according to a journey, and connect that tourist with let's say, for example, restaurants to eat, places to visit, arrange for transport if need be, and make sure that they have place enough time for shopping, etc., etc. So the tour guide is basically your Sherpa. He is your, person who's hand-holding you along the journey. And this is a journey which is different for everybody. So, you're a tour guide who's almost like a personal trainer. And this is another example, in health, or if you want to develop muscles, lose weight, gain stamina, improve your fitness, you typically hire a personal trainer. The personal trainer will put together a proper plan for you in terms of what your diet should be, what your exercise routine should be, which machines you must use, how much of cardio, how much of yoga, etc., etc. So the job of the entrepreneurship educator is literally to become a fitness coach or to become a tour guide and literally take within one day or the limited span, for example, the student across that journey. And I often use, the entrepreneurial journey as a journey in Wonderland or Disneyland, if you would like to say it that way. And planning this journey means that you've got to have mastered this journey yourself, and you must know all the different destinations and be able to align how these different destinations would interest for your participant, make it a personalized journey, and make it an interesting journey for the student. So I wanted to keep it short and sweet because I know that we are slightly running behind time. But the main thought which I want to really put out for conversation between all of us is to probably ask if you want to unmute yourself and answer this question, which is what best practices can you share about incorporating technology for developing entrepreneurs? And I think the key here is that every incubator should start looking at itself as a business and be able to provide an opportunity to develop a learning journey at scale, wherein you are able to connect with investors, entrepreneurs, fellow founders, and different resources all along the way at a global scale, if you can, across time zones, across expertise areas, across sectors. And that makes it very interesting because we now have the tool stack to make it happen. If we don't act, if we don't get smarter than the student who uses ChatGPT, we will be lost and be redundant. So I think it's a very important reason for all of us as entrepreneur educators to up our game. And I want to say a big thank you to my fellow partner in crime, Shaman Gangan, her passionate, resilient, relentless process in spite of many other things happening in her life to continue and persevere with making this event a success. Please connect with me on LinkedIn and let's continue to progress this journey further. Dr. Shivani, a big thank you to you. You traveled so late last night and managed to still make it fresh and fine in this session today. Thank you so much. I'm open for questions, but I think it's more for us to have a conversation. Thank you so much.
I think let me answer this question from my side, because as I am a technocrat, I am practicing also. Yeah, it is very correct. The online meetup and all, if we go for it, it is going to be really helpful to all the entrepreneurs. Let's say that the recent conference that I have attended, they have used the technical software Wuha, and where I really discovered that connecting with the global people, meeting them virtually, asking a question, taking the polls, understanding the different view mindsets. I think such kind of a system, if we adopt through cloud or any kind of ready-made, LMS system for the entrepreneurs, is really helpful. Even, at our university, we are practicing this Vadhwani Foundation LearnWise module also, and it is really helping them to connect with the global mentors too. So yeah, I agree with you. The technology, definitely, if we use it a wiser way, going to be helpful to strengthen our ecosystem. Atul, sir, really, we are also grateful to you. You have enlightened a different way of using the technology and giving the idea about what different tech can be used. I think Deepak Shah is also there. I think would like to share something, sir.
Yes, thank you, Professor Atul. It's really interesting. You have already shown how through technological changes we are also inspiring the young entrepreneurs. It's required because once we find it today is the days of the technology in interventions. And using technology, if we can train the young minds, then they can reach fast than what we get today. Really, thank you. Thank you for sharing your thoughts, and hope again we will meet in a different session to listen you with more interesting. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, one and all. It's really a great session. I think from the all four, speakers have enlightened us with the different dimensions, and yes, definitely we all together can make a miracle to strengthen the ecosystem. And now I think we will be going for a 15 minutes break, and we will be rejoining once again to move forward towards this conference era. Chami, ma'am.
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Shivani, for that awesome session that you conducted. We decided that we're going to take a very quick break today because, yesterday we had no break. The session was so jam-packed for the day. We're going to just take a 15 minutes quick break. And when we come back, we're going to have our last session for the day. And then we're also going to have a video played by Podomoro University of Indonesia and the university itself. And then we're going to proceed to the last session. And yes, so let's be back in about 10 to 15 minutes, everybody. Thank you so much. Have a quick break.
Yeah, and I would like to propose a vote of thanks to both, the Chami and, GEES and the university. I think Viru, I think, I just forgot the name. Organizer part. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to handle the session. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
People always say that high school is the most memorable time in their life. And they are right. It is so memorable and beautiful, it made us forget about the next step. The next step, university. Luckily, I was able to find a place where I could study and still make good memories.
We always like to say that the future is still miles away. Therefore, we tend to forget about it. But after this place, it all changes.
Because of this place, I feel more reassured about the future. The grand name of Agung Podomoro makes me feel excited about the internship that I'm about to experience. Because there are so many opportunities that are being opened for me.
Podomoro University is not just a place where you can seek knowledge or where you are being prepared to work. It is a place where we find our identity, our passion, new friends, and most importantly, a new beginning for us to make our own stories.
Generasi muda perancang gagasan, jadikan pendidikan sebagai pedoman. Kami mahasiswa, mahasiswi berbudi, sang penjaga budaya, wujudkan harmoni. Kita harapan bangsa, cerdas dan setia, berbudaya Indonesia, menggapai cita-cita. Podomoro University, tempat kami menuju. Podomoro University, kami bangga. esok meraih cakrawala, ciptakan peluang, jangan menyerah. Kelihatan semangat, mari bermanfaat, membangun negeri, membangun Nusantara.
How are you? You're on mute. You're on mute.
Just forgot. I'm so
Yeah.
sorry. So sorry. How are you?
I know it's a long day. We're just saying that it's been a long day. The session is like just so full. It's like really full.
But it's a wonderful effort of bringing together a lot of entrepreneur educators and like a lot of learning and a lot of learning, a lot of exposure for all of us. Like we do things differently, but there are a lot many things still that we can take up from others, how they are practicing. You really deserve a
I should have
round of
made it.
applause.
I should have made it 5 days and not 3 days. I should have made it 5 days and longer because there's so much to learn on the
So much to
ecosystem.
learn.
There's just
There are
so much to learn.
possible that a lot of people would want to ask questions also to all the panelists.
Yeah,
So
you see,
yeah,
and that's the problem because it's such a full session and the time is actually so short. I tried to jam in as many speakers, but yeah, so hopefully I'm hoping to go back to Indonesia. I'm hoping to go to Indonesia next year and I'm gonna do like a full 5 day event.
it's lovely, lovely, lovely. I am sure Professor, he would be happy.
Vishnu.
Our Dean, Professor Vishnu.
Yeah.
Yeah, correct, correct. So it has got resonance with an Indian name, Professor Vishnu, right?
Vishnu, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh,
so so I see we've got Dean on here, and then I'm just
yeah.
waiting for I'm just waiting for Professor Patra. I've asked him to join us because we're gonna run actually ahead of schedule. We're not gonna be
Okay.
behind schedule. We're gonna run ahead of schedule and probably gonna finish earlier
Mhm.
because two people are sick. So yeah, so we're gonna finish earlier. So I'm just
So are we not expecting Professor Gave it also?
she hasn't. I don't think she's gonna come. She hasn't answered me, and Charles are sick.
Okay.
So
Okay.
yeah.
Correct.
So then we can wrap it up early.
So are we also going to start a little early with the valedictorization?
Yes. Oh yes, I must post
Lovely.
that on the group. Oh yes, we need to post that on the group. Let me just do
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Hi, Dean. How are you?
I'm good. Yourself?
I'm fine. Enjoying the Cape Town weather.
Yeah, it's not as rainy as it's been, but yeah, a little bit of sun coming through here and there. But
Really? No, there's no sun.
yeah,
My side is just raining. It's
a
raining.
little bit. Well, I'm being optimistic, yeah. You've got to be optimistic if you're an entrepreneur, huh?
Which side are you in Stellenbosch? Which side are you?
Somerset West, yeah. So about
Oh, you're
15 to
Somerset.
10
Of course,
Ks.
of course.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, no,
And
I'm in the
you?
south, close to Kenilworth.
Okay, yeah, I stayed in Rondebosch for a while. That was
Yeah,
quite nice.
it's flooding here.
Oh, really? Wow, sure.
Always, yeah. So Mega, so Dean will go next, but we're gonna have to have a break because Prof. Patra is actually in a meeting. So I'm gonna ask the team to play the Indonesia video while we're waiting on Prof. Patra after
Okay.
Dean is done. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So shall we start?
Yes, we can start.
Yeah, lovely, lovely. So first and foremost, I would like to communicate my thanks to Charmeen and Professor Vishnu Devrato from University of Purdue for giving all of us this opportunity, and especially a special thanks from my side for giving this opportunity to connect with a lot of people, learned people from all across the globe on this important entrepreneurs symposium. And we are happy to have with us Mr. Dean De Jong, who is founder of Flipsheet. And sir is from South Africa again, so from Mam's country. And he is going to speak. Yeah. Uh, are you saying something?
Yes, sorry,
Charmi?
Mega. I'm just waiting for your slide to pop up. I'm supposed to introduce you first. You're running away.
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. No problem at
I'm
all.
just waiting for your screen. I know it's Sunday afternoon. We all want to get done. Okay, so good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to plenary session 9. We're actually ahead of schedule, which is actually very good. So for this afternoon session, we've got our session chair. She's Dr. Megha Jain. She's a faculty member. She's of Jaipuria Institute of Management, India, and she's actually in India. So thank you so much, Megha. So over to you for your session.
Thank you, Charmi. So, I welcome Mr. Dean De Jong, who is from South Africa only, and he would be discussing with us on the topic understanding and managing risk better with customizable tools for entrepreneurs, which should definitely be an interesting session. So, looking forward to you and welcome to the session, Mr. Dean. Over to you.
Awesome. Well, thanks everyone for having me. Great to be part of this symposium and this forum. So, I'm just going to kind of continue the conversation a bit with where a tool was talking a bit, he's talking about different tech stacks and, how, what more things going to move to applications and, apps are becoming more of a tool for, just getting entrepreneurs up to speed. So, ultimately, there are a lot of demands on entrepreneurs and educators, just to be efficient and to keep going, stay alive. And of course, at the same time, there's a lot of knowledge which they need to apply. And they need, of course, the tools to do that. So ultimately, I've chosen a topic, about risk management. But the tech which we build, it's the ability to very quickly build practical pieces of software on the fly. You can take things like maybe you have a nice framework which you've just developed. It's come out of some kind of research program and it has maybe a potential fit for a particular type of business. But how do we kind of deploy this to entrepreneurs to make this a practical everyday tool which they can use without going through some whole long software development lifecycle? So ultimately, where we're coming from is take simple things like maybe you have a PowerPoint presentation or a template in Word, or even a spreadsheet, and let's quickly flick that into a tool which entrepreneurs can use just for a practical, easy tool. And of course, behind the scenes, that can be dropped onto the cloud, something like Microsoft Office, for example. And then you as a researcher, if they're willing to share their information, you could actually start seeing how they're using your new framework and actually start using that data as part of your, for further research to maybe refine or take these frameworks further. So like I said, I just chose risk management as a particular topic. But of course, there's so many different things which entrepreneurs face. But for the sake of that, let me share my screen and let's start our presentation. Use the screen here, screen number 1. So many screens. Okay, is my screen coming through on your side?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
awesome.
We can see your screen, yes.
Okay, you should be looking at a coffee shop owner looking very stressed. So let me have a look.
Yes, we can.
Great. Okay, so obviously a lot of small business is all about survival. So let's just take a look at this particular topic. But I mean, we could be looking at any topic, for example. But I mean, I think risk management is often something which small business owners or new entrepreneurs who are getting out there, this is probably not on the top of their mind. And they're obviously not, risk management experts. And of course, one of the big things which, what just gets in the way of managing risk is just limited resources, whether it be money, whether it be time, whether it just be actual just your ability, people capacity. And there's so many different risks which entrepreneurs face. I mean, the typical one is economic downturns. As the stuff slows down, that's an obvious story. The business can die. I mean, there are loads of stats on how businesses are impacted by all these different types of risks. Of course, cash flow problems, that's just another major one, which businesses are always facing cash flow issues, the small businesses, especially when they're interacting with big corporates, always trying to drag out payments. And of course, there's cybersecurity. There's always someone out there trying to, hijack people's data, deploy viruses, all of that. I think we all know that story. Then, depending on the nature of the business, there's bound to be some, regulatory changes on the go at some point in time. Other risk, of course, is, competition. What are my competitors doing? Then as a small business owner, I have to constantly try and, juggle talent. There's always that tension between, how much as a business owner you can pay people and what kind of people you can recruit for that talent. And of course, maybe you build them up, you invest time into upskilling people, and then off they go and they job hop and they find somebody else. So talent is always an issue. Then of course, in the back of your mind, you've always got to make sure that everyone's going to be, working in a safe environment. You don't want to have accidents, interrupt operations, affect people. And of course, depending on where you are, natural disasters, that can obviously have a big impact on small businesses. You just lose a couple of days of operations and that can really hurt you in terms of just your monthly income. And of course, then there's the bigger picture, there's the supply chain, which, we're part of some global supply chain in one form or another. So how do we manage all of that? There's things like reputational damage. I mean, some bad news can really spread really quickly and easily these days on social media, whether it be true or not. And of course, there's technological changes. You might invest in a whole bunch of new equipment. And next thing you know, your competitor down the road has already, got the next version of that. And of course, legal liabilities, there's always there's a potential for that, depending on the environment that you're working on. So what I'm really trying to just do is, trying to paint a picture of all of these different risks, which, as a small business owner, you might have to face. And this is the type of stuff which, you really often won't have a lot of time to do this. So what we're trying to do is, let's give a business owner something practical, a practical tool, something which they can really quickly deploy, create if they need to, and then put into practice inside their business. And inside that, we can even have a little bit of micro coaching, just to guide the entrepreneur, or even if they have the capacity to outsource some of this to a senior staff member, a bit of risk management. So for example, that's a very basic framework which I put together, last night. I mean, just in terms of time, this took me about an hour and a half to put together. So ultimately, the way it was built, we simply leveraged technology like ChatGPT, to build us a data table in the background. And then we can just pop this into a spreadsheet, and we can overlay this very quickly with a nice user interface. And then it very quickly becomes a very practical tool to actually deploy very quickly. And like you can see over here, we can also have a bit of virtual coaching. It's almost like just prompting people through how do I address this? What does this actually mean? And of course, one can create lots of different tools for entrepreneurs. What I'm putting up over here is something a bit more, polished up. This would be something around sales. But I guess what I'm trying to get across to the educators out there is it's very easy, to create customizable tools, for the entrepreneurs who you're interacting with, or new frameworks or new angles or new ways of tackling business problems that you want to get out there. You don't have to be a software developer. I guess that's what I'm saying. And then, these days we can blend, practical business tools with actual learning. And so in terms of where we are as an actual, in terms of rolling out this technology, look, at this point in time, we're running an insider program. So you're welcome to, give me a call and reach out to me, and you can join us. So, general deployment to the public will be happening towards the end of this year. But if you'd like to experiment with, making some frameworks, just for your research purposes or for the different areas of business which you're involved in, please give it a shot. And then, the technology itself, there's no cost to use it. You can even take your existing templates and tools which you have, and we can use, turn those into practical tools for the SMEs and the entrepreneurs who you support and interact with. And I'm happy to take any questions if there are any.
That was,
if I could request, if you could unshare the screen, please.
Sure, no problem.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dean. It is interesting to know how Flipsheet is working towards, managing all the kinds of risk like economic downturns, be it financial risk, be it legal risk, be it any kind of risk. And I'm sure a lot of people would like to connect with you at Flipsheet in order to manage the risk that they actually face. Thank you so much for, helping us to understand that there are ready-made customized models which an entrepreneur can use and can manage the risks better. Thank you so much. Charmeen, maybe move on with the next guest.
Yeah, she's not yet here. So I just wanted to ask Dean something. So Dean, with your flip sheet, are there a lot of incubators and universities that are engaging with this? Oh, especially here in Cape Town.
Look, at this point, we're really using it more inside some corporate environments where it's being applied. So, like I said, it's still it's coming to the end of its development cycle now. So it's really getting to the point now where it's getting ready for actual broader deployment. And like I said, what I showed you over there was just an example. A particular topic was around risk. There could be any topic, any niche particular business topic in which we can really quite easily turn it into just a practical framework, easy to understand tool for entrepreneurs to use. And then as an educator, you could quite easily take any of your tools and flip that into a tool for your SMEs, and then just put it out there. And like I said, if they're willing to share their information with you, it could be a bit of a feedback loop. You could see how effectively your frameworks are being used, or your approaches for tackling a particular business problem. We could quite simply make a tool for any particular business process, whatever it might be. So ultimately, it's really about trying to make something which is very super hyper customized to any type of business or particular business program or problem, without having to have that that software skills to build such a tool.
Interesting. Okay, awesome. That's actually so interesting because I was busy this week with the government department, and recently, as of recent, they interested now in risk management, because of the the litigation and everything that comes with it. Everyone's quite interested. And even when SMEs actually start, depending on what sector they actually are in, they kind of like going everywhere except into finding, more adaptable ways to actually, work out their risk and the tools that they can actually use to assess their risk. So I was actually finding that very interesting. But yeah, but anyway, I will engage with you after this because I'm actually helping with risk and IPC and in Department of Health. So yeah, maybe we talk after this. Yeah.
Yeah, happy to talk, happy to share.
Absolutely.
Great.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Mr. Jung, I had a question.
Oh.
So do you also guide the teams on environmental risk, managing environmental risk? Because you did mention about natural disasters, but environmental risk that these days all the companies they have to follow a couple of ESG norms, as we know. So is Flipsheet is also into guiding on those things?
Yes, I mean, think of it quite practically. That's more of a deeper area of risk. So, I mean, quite simply, we could build a tool for that, a generic tool. I mean, I could quite simply right now, if we go to ChatGPT, I could say, can you build me a data table to manage ESG risk inside this sector? And it'll quickly develop that. But of course, what we need to use practically, we need a nice user interface on top of that, maybe a bit of prompting and bit of guidance. So, you as a specialist, you would obviously be able to provide something a lot better than ChatGPT. So let's say you and I would build a tool. I would say, okay, well, quite simply, just give me your template or give me your framework. Maybe you've got something, and let's just flip that into an application, and then off it goes. So it's not let's say specific to any domain of knowledge. I mean, it's just really about taking your expertise and turning that into a practical tool which you can now use with your people, if that makes sense. So you don't have to be a software developer anymore. You're bringing the knowledge and the skills.
Correct.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
So Dean, sorry, Dean, I actually want to ask you a question. So in terms of financial risk, okay? So I'm quite interested because I was doing some research a few weeks ago, and I was looking at the global industry on gambling, the gambling industry around the world, and the risks, the financial risks. Do you touch on that as well, or is that not in your space?
So, well, I could touch on that. I will just go to ChatGPT and give me all this information. What are the ingredients for managing this type of risk?
Yeah,
but I mean,
so I was actually
I'm not an
looking.
expert.
Yeah,
but you will be the expert. Yeah.
So what I was actually looking at, now I was actually busy reading, like especially in the gambling industry, it's like huge. It's in trillions. And apparently by 2050, it's gonna really like literally hit the roof. And then when I started reading about it, it's the risk for the guys that actually, when you talk about especially the sports bettings, the horse racing and the soccer and the cricket and all of that. So obviously those that type of risk management will be different. The templates and stuff will be totally different, or is that something that you also work on a small scale?
Yeah, so we could do that quite simply, but I guess my message is that I'm not a subject matter expert in risk.
Yeah.
So let's say you the subject matter expert in that area of risk. I would simply give you the technology and say, well, here, use this technology, and you can go and make your niche tool. You can do that very easily.
Okay.
I'd maybe show you, have a training session, how to do it. And then you can also, what I showed you was very basic, but I mean, you could have nice things like automated reporting decks back to investors, dashboards, calendars, all of those bells and whistles. But because you're now the expert in that niche piece of risk, the probability of a piece of software or a web platform being available to manage that particular type of risk is probably very low. What's the market size for that? It's small. So now you have all that expertise, and now you can take your expertise and actually turn it into a piece of software, if that makes sense.
Okay. Yes, no, absolutely. Actually, that's actually very interesting. Okay, so now I'm getting the, I kind of like figured out, but now I'm getting like the real big features. So fantastic. So you actually developed the software that you can actually give to different sectors. So
Exactly,
that's
educators,
that's
anybody,
awesome.
Yeah.
Okay, fantastic.
In theory, you could make a spreadsheet for anything, but at the end of the day, spreadsheets become very difficult to work with, and you get user error, and when you start getting lots of columns, it just becomes overload. This actually turns a spreadsheet into a practical application. Something user-friendly, like we used to see on the net. But of course, we talk about real niche stuff, which specialists can now turn into a piece of software. Yeah, that's it.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Very informative.
Awesome.
I knew about
You're
what
welcome.
you do, but I didn't know the length and breadth of actually what you do, and that's actually amazing. Thank you.
No, you're welcome. Happy to share. All right. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Jung. Thank you.
Thanks for your time.
Yeah. We do have now Dr. Geofitoj here. She's here. So may we continue, Charmin? Correct. So if I could request for her slide, introduction slide.
Hi, team. Can we please have the slide for Dr. Ganamotse, please?
Okay, it's there. Thank you. Thank you, IT team. So we have our next speaker for this 9th plenary session, Dr. Geofitoj Ganamotse. She's from Botswana, and her area of education is entrepreneurship itself, and she is from Entrepreneurship University of Botswana, Gaborone. We welcome you, Dr. Ganamotse, to the session. And for all, her topic would be today, she would be reflecting on the students' entrepreneurial journeys from Botswana, and she'll be picking up the cases of reflective teaching of entrepreneurship students at her university, the University of Botswana. So looking forward to listening to the cases, the stories. Over to you, and welcome to the session, Professor Ganamotse.
Okay, thank you very much, Meg. Can you allow me to share my slides?
Yes, sure. I request that you unshare. Yeah.
Okay.
Professor Ganamotse, if you could also switch on your video, we would love to.
Yeah, I'll share them afterwards.
Okay.
Okay. Just bear with me a second.
Sure.
Okay.
Yes, the screen is shared. You just have to put it on
Yes, I
slideshow
did.
mode. Correct.
I thought I did. Can you see my screen?
Yes, your screen is absolutely visible. Just that it
Okay,
is to
thank
be
you.
put on slideshare mode.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good to go.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, it's morning here, and good afternoon and evening wherever you are. Okay, my outline for the topic is that I'll be looking at the purpose of entrepreneurship education and the importance of reflection. I would also explore a bit on the reflective models that have been used over time. And then I will also touch on the feelings and emotions during students' entrepreneurial learning. Here, I would be looking at both my feelings and emotions and the feelings and emotions of the students. But basically, what perhaps I could highlight here before I go on is that the analysis of the students' emotions is not complete. So I'm not going to provide a full picture of the students' emotions, but the analysis is ongoing. And then I would also look at the implications of the for entrepreneurship educators. So UNESCO says that entrepreneurship education is important because it equips learners with essential entrepreneurial qualities, knowledge, and psychological attributes that enables them to engage in entrepreneurial activities. And others are also saying that it equips the graduates with skills and change of mindset towards their businesses. And Zheng and Huang also says that it catalyzes entrepreneurial endeavors and therefore acts as a precursor to entrepreneurial action. Now, Salihu says that even though entrepreneurship education is important, but it is most effective when learners are facilitated to put the knowledge and skills that they have acquired to practice. So this by itself emphasizes experiential learning or the importance of experiential learning for students. Now, as we go through experiential learning, we cannot forget or overemphasize the importance of facilitating for the students to reflect upon their entrepreneurial activities during the learning exercise. Here, Hag says that reflection facilitates for students to be able to make judgments when executing entrepreneurial activities. And then Fulford and Bailey underscores that as well by saying that reflection improves entrepreneurial practice. So here we see that reflection, there's a link between reflection and experiential learning of entrepreneurship. So basically, for us to be most effective as entrepreneurial educators, we have to combine both experiential learning and then have both the students to go through reflective practice as well. So the models that have been used over time to explain learning, I'll start with the COPS model, which basically he wanted to explain how people learn through actual experiences. And we see in this model that he says that people have to experience, go through some experience. So these experiences could be new experiences that emerge from an activity or an event, and they could also emerge from previous experiences that the learner has acquired. And then after those experiences, it is important that the learner should reflect on the observations, basically asking themselves what happened and also looking back to say what could they have done in hindsight. And then conceptualizing after the reflection, it is expected that the students would then, or the learners would then conceptualize new ideas from, or the reflective practitioner would conceptualize new ideas as a result of the reflection that they just did. And then the active experimentation implies that the reflective practitioner would then apply those new ideas that they got from reflecting around the situation. So I'm referring to the reflective practitioner because the reflective practice is not only meant for education. All the practitioners, even in health and other areas, they go through reflective practice. There's also a model by Gibbs, which was developed in 1984. So the model improves on Cobb's model, but in this model we find that Gibbs emphasizes the feelings and evaluation. So when you look at Cobb's model, the feelings and evaluation are grouped in one area. So here in Gibbs' model, he tried to unpack it. And basically what he's telling us is the importance of describing the experiences when you are reflecting, and also the importance of outlining your feelings, your reactions, and your thoughts about the experience. And then also reflection has to be, there has to be evaluation on what was good or bad about the experiences. Therefore, there's the use of evaluation that has just been made to make sense of the situation and then conclude on what has been learned and what could have been done in hindsight, and then followed by the action plan. So the third one and the fourth one basically redacted models from the two detailed models. So these last two have only 3 steps. So here you ask the questions and of why, and analyze and the learner from the experience. So here we are saying what questions, what can we get from here? So what experiences have we gone through? And once we have looked at those experiences at the what, so we look at the so what, which also tells us that then here we reflect on those experiences. And then now what, this is where we look at the actions that will be taken as a result of the reflection of your reflections. So it's the same, it's almost similar to the one that was coined by Jasper in 2013, the ERA 3-stage model. Again, it shows us that we have to reflect on the experiences, both the positive and the negative, and then we reflect on what happened, particularly looking at the feelings and decide on what on the next steps, and then we take action on what we have reflected on. So my activities now from here are going to focus on this last model, yeah, the one that was developed by Jasper. So in detailing out my experiences, I have 2 programs that I am running. There's the BBA Entrepreneurship and Business Development Program, which I've been running since 2013. But the new venture creation, the program, I started doing it on the in 2016. So this is a 6 months new venture creation course. And then I also have an executive master's in entrepreneurship program, which I have been running since 2018. And the course culminates, it's a 2.5-year course. It culminates into a 1-year new venture creation. And reflective learning, from what we heard from Haga, says that has to be combined with other learning activities. So you don't just do experiential learning for new venture creation, but you also have to use several other methods like lean startup, effectual reasoning, and other creation related entrepreneurial projects. So now we find that the courses that I am relating to here for new venture creation courses, they are basically the capstones of the BBA entrepreneurship program and the Executive Masters in Entrepreneurship program. So now when we look at the reflective practice, we require the students to write a reflective statement individually, outlining of between 1,500 to 2,000 words, outlining their experiences and how those experiences have informed their understanding. We also outlining the different new venture creation activities that they have had to go through, and also looking at what they could have done differently in hindsight. Now, when doing the reflection, they also have to reflect on their emotions and feelings, and also reflect on the choices that they had, the choice of actions that they had. They are also required to maintain and submit a daily diary or a daily journal. In the daily journal, they are expected to write their experiences on a daily basis. So they are writing what happened, who they met with, and the outcome of those experiences. Also, as part of the outcome of those experiences, they have to reflect on their feelings and emotions. So if you find that the diary is more of like cataloging the student experiences on a daily basis in preparation for them to now come and write the reflective practice or the reflective essay at the end of the course. So now they are all the evidence that they would have acquired during the whether it's the 6 months or the 12 months is now going to be compiled in an evidence portfolio. So this would include the materials for ideation, the feasibility analysis, the business model development and refinement, the business plan development, and the development of the minimum viable product. So all these things are going to be cataloged into an evidence portfolio. Now the experiences, showing the experiences between the undergraduates and the postgraduates. So the undergraduates, like I said earlier on, they take 6 months for the new venture creation course. The course is taken in their 4th year, and the average average age, basically they are youth between 17 and 25 years. And for this project, they are required to work in teams. And then the coaching is provided by myself as the lecturer. And then the postgraduate course, which takes 12 months. This is the final year, it's taken in the final year of the executive master's degree. And the average age there is between 28 and 55. And mostly these are people with working experience. And they are doing this course as part-time. So they'll come either in the evening for some courses, and for others, they'll come in the weekends. And for their projects, they are working as individually. The coaching also is provided by myself as the lecturer. So reflections on what happened for the undergraduates, because they work in teams, we did experience a lot of team dynamics. So most of the time was wasted on team dynamics, like addressing the team issues where other students were not, pulling their weight, and some were even expecting the other team members to do all the work for them, so that when they focus on other courses. So because of I don't know whether I could say because of the team dynamics, but the experiences that we have had are that student projects, or very few student projects, are pursued after completion of the studies. Remember, when we designed this course, the aim was to graduate students, entrepreneurs from the programs, both the undergraduate and the postgraduate. For the postgraduate, yes, it was good that the time was spent wise, giving guidance towards the successful completion of the projects. However, most of about 40% of the student projects seem to be pursued after completion of the studies. There were no differences in the keeping of diaries. So basically what we are saying here is that the students were required to maintain diaries on a daily basis. But we find that now here, they would leave the diaries maybe until the time you say, oh, I'll be expecting to see your diaries by next week. That's when they will start sitting down and writing. So they would have even forgotten what had happened. So they tended to skip days and were not able to capture the feelings and emotions adequately. And we find that in terms of feelings and emotions, the male students were not able to capture their feelings at all. So I don't know whether this is cultural, but we find that men are not did not easily express their feelings and emotions compared to the females. Now, when we look at the quality of the reflective statements, surprisingly, the undergraduate students tended to write better individual reflective statements than the postgraduate students. So we are yet also to explore to find out why is it that the undergraduates write better reflective statements like as opposed to the postgraduate. So my guess could be that perhaps is because they are doing this part-time and they may not have time to really give time to work on the reflective statements. So the feelings and emotions during the students' entrepreneurial learning. Here I'm trying to make my own self reflection on my feelings, and also I have captured just a few from the that I have reviewed on the student side. So on the part of the lecturer, it's really frustrating to provide both teaching and counseling. One gets really overwhelmed. Also, the fact that the teaching of entrepreneurship was other courses that built towards the new venture creation course are taught by people who are not entrepreneurship teachers or lecturers. So you find that in their teaching methods, they are not experiential, so they lacking in some cases. So when the students come, they would have passed the courses, but they were only studying to pass the courses. So they come without much knowledge in terms of what they can get from the courses that they have done. So you find now you have to go back and try to remind them of the issues that they needed to have known in prior courses. But I think even though I was overwhelmed, the fact that a few of the courses, like the 5% and the 40%, you know, can have been able to graduate out of the university and have been implemented out of the university, that you know, it confers someone a feeling of happiness and excitement, because now you can see that you have some you know, impact. On the side of the students, when we start, they have the fear of the unknown, because we are adopting a different method from what they know. So they are not excited. And then also because they think that the work is too much, they have to do a lot of activities, ideation, feasibility analysis, as well as capture everything that they are doing. So they burn out quite easily. And then when the course started, we were supposed to have an incubation facility, but we don't have an incubation facility. So most of them are saying this frustrates their effort. However, we are doing incubation without walls. So basically, we are going through the processes and we have tried to show them that they do not necessarily need to have a physical facility for them to develop the ideas up to the minimum viable product. And then the undergraduates mostly Some of them who are high achievers are frustrated due to lack of team member commitments towards the projects, and the postgraduates are overwhelmed by having to do a lot of work individually. So those are their feelings and emotions. Like I said, I'm yet to analyze all the reflective statements to get the feelings and emotions of the students during the entrepreneurial learning. Now the actions, given the analysis that I've just done, I have intended to organize the UB alumni to provide coaching and mentorship. So these are the students, former students for the University of Botswana, who are working in executive offices, who are willing to give their time to supporting the students. This could be an online platform that can also facilitate for colleagues such as yourself in your university to also facilitate for our students through mentorship. And then also intending to align undergraduates students team projects with competitions. For instance, sometimes we do have the social entrepreneurship competitions, climate change, and so on and so forth. So these are the ones that I'm hoping that this would inject some enthusiasm in the students on the projects, because then they will know that there is a potential for funding when they complete the course. And then we'll have to find ways of reducing work for students, particularly the postgraduates. So I'm currently looking for incubation platforms that are being used out there. I know there is an incubation platform that is used by Patch University, but if colleagues also have some platforms, please do share with us that we can access for free, so that we can at least reduce the time spent on students typing the student projects. So the implications for entrepreneurship educators or facilitators is that we should all explore the use of experiential learning, but this is not only reserved for the new venture creation course. So all the courses that are taught for the entrepreneurship program have to take an approach of experiential learning. And then all the courses that are designed to build towards the new venture, that are designed in universities, have to build towards new venture creation. For instance, in year one, when students are going through the ideation, they should start the ideation for the final project instead of them doing the ideation in the fourth year. When they do business planning course, then that course should build towards the new venture creation course, so that when we are now meeting with the students at the fourth year level, we are only looking at facilitating for them to refine their business models, facilitating for them to refine the minimum viable product, and also maybe going beyond that and making sure that there is a market for the product. So I want to believe that this is my last slide. Thank you very much, and I'm open for questions.
Thank you, Professor Ganamotse. It was an extensive study and very in-depth study, and very interesting facets were shared out of your study. Really appreciate your work, and many congratulations for the study. Chairman, you have something to say? Yeah.
So Prof. Ganamotse, thank you. I'm always bugging you to come on. I must be very honest. Botswana is actually a small country in Africa, and I've actually learned so much from them, because the universities there are actually working so hard to drive entrepreneurship. They really driving it. They're working hard, and they're making such a difference there. And I'm really so enthralled to actually know that there are some of our African countries are actually really doing so well. So thank you, Dr. Ganamotse, very much. You're doing an awesome job there in Gaborone, Botswana.
Truly commendable. Congratulations, Dr. Ganawatse.
Thank you.
Amazing efforts. So we have Professor Patra here. So may we continue, Shami? Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
So yeah, okay. So may we have his introduction slide, please? Hello, Professor Patra. How are you? So you have to unmute.
Can we please? Oh, there we go.
You have to unmute, Professor Patra.
Oh, I'm sorry. I said thank you very much for having me, Dr. Jan. And to Charmaine, I said it's always a privilege to join. Thank you for inviting.
Okay, so let me introduce Professor Patra to the audience here. So we have Professor Joy Patra, and we share the same institutes. I'm so excited to hear from him. He is from Jaipur Institute of Management, Indore. He is from Noida, India. And Professor Patra is actually going to share his insights on very interesting topic, which is quite important in today's time era. That's leveraging technology for startups. So without any further ado, over to you, Professor Patra.
Excellent. I'll have to request
Share the
access for
screen.
screen sharing.
Correct. I request the IT team to unshare. Yeah.
Excellent. I'll just bring it on. Here we go. Is my screen visible? It's a very simple deck that I've kept, no audio visual or anything, just to keep it light. It's visible. Thank you very much. Well, welcome to tackling the challenges of startups, the technology challenges for startups, everyone. Very good topic to talk about in today's day and age. And thank you once again, Podomoro University and CGM for having me once again this year, talking about technology. So the big thing about technology, we've been talking about it, leveraging the internet, the social media, digital marketing, and so many other technologies. The focus of the next 15 to 20 minutes is specifically how can startups leverage it? What are some of the nuances that are available today, which startups can leverage? So let's start by focusing on some of the key challenges that are faced by startup, and accordingly see how technology can be leveraged for that. The biggest source of challenges for startups is the rate at which they fail because of a lack of a necessary cohesive team. 18% of startups fail because of lack of necessary team. And when we say a team, naturally, there's usually a few founders. They have a great idea. They're exploring out based on all the concepts that we have learned even in our university about MVP and testing it out in the market and figuring out whether you'll be able to scan the competitive landscape and find a position in the market which you are able to fulfill uniquely. Beyond all that, very often the first set of team members or friends who collaborate, they bring complementary skills and everything seems to be hunky-dory. But the challenge starts appearing when you need to scale it, when you need to grow, and you realize that you need more hands. And that is where several other facets come in. For example, what is the kind of experience you should be looking at? Should you be looking at people who are relatively young and therefore less experienced, or should be looking at people with deep experience? Culture fit is a huge challenge. There are a lot of people who are very knowledgeable, have driven projects worth millions of dollars or rands or rupees, if you please, but they find it difficult to gel with the rest of the team for various reasons. Now, a startup does not have the wherewithal to set up an infrastructure to see how a person can be blended into a team and spend
more effort. Of course, some effort would be made at the level, but very often teams fail because they find that they brought in some member in the team whose working style was different. And without any malintention, there are bound to be situations where people have their own styles, of working. So it's very important when you're hiring and expanding to the second level of your workforce, be very, very clear about understanding that people with deeper experience come with a lot of cultural baggage, with due respect. And one has to be cognizant whether you want to welcome that into your team or not. How technology can come to your rescue is by scanning and profiling and understanding before even inviting people for a chat up, to see that you are finding like-minded people who are able to be flexible, who have the ability to unlearn along with you, and most importantly, have the ability to
Professor Patra, this screen has got
Did I get
unshared.
disconnected?
Looks like you have to
I'm sorry
reshare your
about that.
screen. No problem.
Okay.
You have to
So,
reshare your screen.
okay, I got to reshare my screen, right? I'm going to do that right now. So, yeah, finding the right balance of skills, the right amount of experience, optimal experience, so that it does not interfere with the existing culture of the startup is very important. And technology can come to the rescue by allowing persona building of all those who you want to invite. And you invite only those who you feel are fitting the bill. Moving on then to other pieces which typically a startup will face as a challenge. Definitely bringing up capital. The simplest form of putting in capital is bootstrapping with your own personal savings or family members chipping in, making sure that you have a very robust cost control. So technology platforms are there which help you build those scenarios. So scenario building is very, very important at the bootstrapping stage. Alternate funding is available. There are platforms like Milap, which is now India's #1 fundraising platform, and I'm sure you have them right across the world in Indonesia and rest of Asia, where people can be invited to sign up, and they actually work with zero processing fees or any kind of, there's no kind of commission and so on and so forth, which is very important for a startup which is just about gotten up the ground. Others are Kickstarter. There's another platform like Kickstarter, which we talk about, and then Indiegogo, and there are several others which we can keep talking about. So that's the alternate funding available, crowdfunding, where a lot of people are involved who believe in your business, the objectives of your business, and they are willing to chip in money together. Next best option should be government grants. And of course, once you have scaled up a bit and you have got confidence, you found your feet, you can go for the traditional funding, which are venture capitalists and angel investors and seed accelerators. So funding is definitely an important piece of getting a startup off the ground, and try to use crowdfunding platforms, technology, to go beyond the bootstrapping stage before you are in a position to pitch to a venture capitalist or angel investor. The other piece where technology is playing a significant role is the marketing and sales strategies. We have complete courses on this now. There's one that I launched at Jaipuria last year called Marketing with Artificial Intelligence for Non-Coders. So very often we feel that because I don't have a technology background, because I'm not a coder, I would have to hire someone at an exorbitant price to do some sort of marketing. Well, that's not true anymore. A whole lot of generative AI tools are at our fingertips. And I mean, if I start naming them, I could just go on. They can help you in data-driven targeting to reduce wastage because you're short of funds. They can help you understand and classify who are the kind of target audience that you want to work with and which are the ones you want to address later because it's more expensive reaching out to them. a whole lot of text to video, text to voice kind of content generators are there for us to leverage for all sorts of content marketing, blogging, creating social media posts. Automation in social media is a huge help because you have very few hands. But every person you get as a lead or a potential customer, you want to make sure you don't lose them. So you need to respond to them as soon as possible. And it's practically impossible for you to be able to answer each and every person who has clicked on your social media post or written a comment. So use technology tools like that will allow you to make an automated response, buying you time, and then you can keep reverting back to them as and when you are free. And then competitor analysis is very, very important, like I mentioned earlier, to get a sense of the landscape, what you're getting into, and identifying which niche you'd want to operate in so that you face least heat from the competition. At the same time, you're able to position yourself with the market and solves a real problem for which people are looking for a solution. Diving deeper into marketing oriented practices, one place where technology has been playing a very important role, and it's crucial for startups to leverage it to save time and money, is to make sure that you onboard a robust CRM system, which is not only allowing you to tackle all your lead management and customer segmentation, etc. It should also be one that can be scalable over a period of time as you keep growing and save you the time, effort, and money of switching CRMs. That can help you give projected lifetime values, make personalized campaigns, and also help you retain and recover customers who may be wanting out for any reason whatsoever. Another deeper dive within marketing sphere is artificial intelligence. Like I mentioned earlier, even within digital marketing, you have tools that can help you do your search engine optimization. You have tools which can help you build your landing page or your website in the first place, and you can do it in literally less than 3 minutes, as long as you have the right description about what your business is, and you can describe it to the tool. We've already spoken about personalization, and through AI, you're able to make sure that you show only relevant pieces to different people rather than showing one generic view to all of them. What it does is that it gives those potential customers a feeling that this is exactly what I'm facing, this is exactly my problem, and how I can connect with these people because they seem to be having some sort of solution, and get them into the funnel. Once they're into the funnel, you will deploy more and more AI to make sure they understand, the potential customers understand that your offerings are unique, how they are better than the competitor. If you are playing on the price plank, you can do a comparative analysis of prices, or else you can lead them to other blog posts where they can learn about what other customers are thinking about it, showing them automated AI-driven reviews based on their pain points. So there may be several types of reviews written by several customers, but if you can categorize those reviews and store them and place them in front of people based on the kind of challenge a customer is facing at this point in time, that could be hyper personalization. Of course, I talked about text to image, video, and voice. Dime a dozen. We can start talking about DALI and Midjourney and Stable Diffusion and what have you. Huge strides we have made in social media to generate posts and blogs, generate content and ads. And even if you talk about Google Ads, for example, Performance Max kind of ad types have been launched last year, more than before, year before last, where just by describing few things about your startup, you can have Google Ads suggest all sorts of campaigns for you, and you can select which one you want to run at the moment based on the data that Google has about your potential customers, about when to show the ad to them, how often to show the ad to them, and at what price to trigger those. So, I mean, like I said, I can go on this, but in the interest of time, moving on, there are other challenges that startups face where technology can come to rescue, and regulatory landscape is a very, very critical part, and you cannot mess with this one, particularly related to personal information, data privacy. You could get sued in several countries if you didn't tackle it as per the laws of the land. And of course, there is intellectual property. You definitely want to leverage some generative AI and build your own properties rather than pick from here and there, and make sure that industry specific standards are also maintained. For this, technology has placed at your fingertips legal documents and templates, and making sure that your compliance processes are streamlined. You can send it for online audit and make sure you get a certification, so that at any point in time you find yourself in any form of litigation, you have your posts covered. So building strong relationships based on AI is very, very important, and technology comes to our rescue even there. And because office space may be a luxury immediately when you start off, you're typically working from home, and a few partners may not always be in the same city. Cloud computing kind of solution helps remote working facilities. There are collab platforms for project management, collaboration tools, which are also cloud based, and AI and machine learning, we already talked about, can also come to the rescue in terms of setting up a business where the partners are not necessarily physically present in the same location. And more businesses are swinging towards working from home rather than spending valuable funds on office space. So these are some of the typical places where startups get stuck. They need help, and technology comes to their rescue. Be happy to take any questions now. I'm going to stop sharing my slide.
Thank you, Professor. Wonderful presentation. Any questions? So technology is a rescue for all of us, right?
Indeed, it is.
And
And
if we choose not to choose it, then we are at risk, right?
if you don't choose it, you're at risk. But if you choose the wrong one, then you're at a greater risk. So it
At
cuts
a
both.
greater risk, yes. Correct,
Yeah,
correct, correct,
the
Professor.
solution is to keep your ears to the ground, keep abreast, and make sure that you are evolving as technology evolves, and have the latest solutions at your fingertips. And a whole lot of this is making it very democratic, and it's not expensive. So that is the best part from a startup's perspective. I think it's made it most affordable, and startups must embrace technology to gain market hold. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So
Thank
I
you,
just want to
Professor
say,
Patra.
before Prof. Patra goes, I just want to say I was so excited to do a nice 2-day symposium with his university it was March this year. Yeah, they had a fantastic 2-day event there. So yay!
More power to you all. Awesome work, Shamin and team. Always amazing stuff that's always coming out, and look forward to every next one. Thank you very much for having me. It's been indeed a pleasure. Thank you.
Welcome.
So over to you, Sharmin, for the valedictory session.
Have you done your summary quickly, Megs? Have you said Meghna? You okay? Are you done, Meghna? Mega. Sorry, Mega. Are you done? I've got
Okay,
Mega.
should I do the summary? Sure. I'll do it right away.
Right.
So in this session, we had we had the honor of having three speakers, and we had our first session by Mr. Dean De Jong, who introduced different kinds of risks that a startup could face and the potential losses that it could bring. He explained how his organization Flipsheet, actually help in getting into customized solutions, and how they can develop models for different entrepreneurs, customizing to their problems, and how they can manage and entrepreneurs can manage better their risk using their models from Flipsheet. So this was our first talk in the plenary session 9. Then we have a very interesting and very in-depth study communicated by Dr. Ganamotse from Botswana, and she discussed the importance of. She actually took, she explained the journey of her own students, and she discussed the importance of experiential learning, and she took help of different studies, how it is very, very important. But at the same time, she actually explained about reflection as an important exercise as an entrepreneurship educator for all of us. And she also talked about different reflection models which are there in the literature. And she then shared her journey, her study wherein she applied a particular reflection model, and came out with a lot of insights from her students from undergraduate as well as postgraduate stream. And she also spoke about one interesting thing. It is not just reflection, you have to put back that into action, that she proposed implications of her study as well. And one interesting part from her study was that she did also talk about that emotions and experiences should be well captured, because at different stages of a startup or developing a model, a student also is at a different stage, and including the students, the entrepreneurship educators are also at a different stage of experience and emotions. So she actually brought to light all those things in her study. Then we had Professor Joy Patra, who is from Jaipur Institute of Management, and he spoke about how technology is an inbuilt thing now to leverage for all these startups, all the entrepreneurs. And the good part of technology today is, yes, it is available for all of us, and we need not know about coding. We need not have any technical guy probably in our team, but still we can leverage technology to a level best in all the different streams of running an enterprise, be it marketing, be it dealing with the customers, with the database management and handling, be it everything. Technology has come to a rescue and resort for an entrepreneur, and an entrepreneur should definitely leverage technology in order to stay ahead of his or her competitors. So that was a brief of all the three talks today in the plenary session 9. Thank you all the speakers, and thank you once again, uh, Professor Sharmeen and Professor Vishnu, for giving me this opportunity to chair the session. Over to you.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Mega. So it was a little bit confusing because we've got Mega and we've got Meghna, and they're like
Meghna.
after each other. So thank you so much for chairing that session. It was an awesome session. Now we're moving to the most exciting session of the 3 days. It's been a long 3 days and it's been exciting and amazing, amazing work. So Professor Meghna Dina Bandhu, she is an assistant professor at Aurora, deemed to be university in Hyderabad, India. So she's going to give us, I even gave her a time limit. She's going to do a quick overview of the imperatives of the 3 days that we've actually had, the 3 fantastic days that we had. So over to you, Prof. Meghna.
Hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening from across the globe to all the speakers and session chairs. Hello, everyone. I'm Meghna Dinabandhu, the assistant professor at Aurora deemed to be University, Hyderabad, India. The main purpose of organizing a global entrepreneurship educator symposium, as Dr. Charmaine puts it, is to bring together the entrepreneurship educators, industry experts, all of them together to build an ecosystem which ultimately helps the students in pursuing entrepreneurship as their career option. I hope I'm audible.
Yes. Yes, you are, Meghna. Yes. You are audible.
Yeah. It also enhances our knowledge as educators to guide and mentor the student entrepreneurs. I must firstly thank the Podomoro University, Dr. Vishnu, and the other hosts of other organizers who had taken up this event as hosting speakers from across the globe, 5 continents, and so many other session chairs and professors from across different universities around the world. Day 1, I wouldn't go in detail about the previous plenary session, as ma'am had, as Dr. Megha Jain had already given us, but I'll just brief about the 3 days that we had. Day 1, after the inaugural address, we got to hear the opening speech by Deputy Minister of Cooperatives and SMEs of the Republic of Indonesia, Ms. Siti Aziza, briefed us about the kind of support system that is being given by the government of Indonesia. Dr. Rajiv Roy, the Dean XLRI India, spoke at length about the entrepreneurship educators, as educators, how we need to elevate ourselves to meet the demands of the technology and challenges of student entrepreneurs. In the plenary session 1, chaired by Dr. Yogesh Mehta, we heard Professor Karimuddin, Dr. Neelam Saxena, Dr. Binod, and Mr. Jonathan, who spoke about the entrepreneurship educators' role in the ecosystem and the type of support given to the various students to start their own startups. Plenary session 2 on day 1 was chaired by Dr. Subrata Chattopadhyay. We heard Dr. Shanta Indrajit, Professor Prafulla Hate, Ms. Liva, Professor Vandana Tripathi, who spoke about the role of incubators in professional colleges to promote entrepreneurship within the campus while the students are studying. Plenary session 3, I, Meghna, had the wonderful opportunity to chair it. Dr. Dmitry Borovikov from Russia spoke exclusively on the global partnerships that can take the entrepreneurship education to the next level. Dr. Sheenu Jain spoke at length about Mahakumbh, an event that was organized from their university, and how it promoted the students to actively participate in the entrepreneurship challenges that was thrown to them in their university. Dr. Amit Marva also spoke. Finally, we had Mr. Srini Doka, who is a VP sales of a leading company in Dubai, speak about the entrepreneurship ecosystem. We completed day 1 with 3 plenary sessions, and day 2, we started with the plenary session 4, which was chaired by Dr. Jyoti, Dr. Faris Alami, Dr. Shajuluddin from IIIT, Kottayam, Dr. Sanjay, Dr. Raimala, and Dr. Radhika Meenakshi. All of them enlightened us about the various spheres of entrepreneurs, agri-tech, and different entrepreneurs and different phases of entrepreneurship, and how to alleviate the entrepreneurship education across various institutions. Plenary session 5, which was chaired by Professor Sunita Tanwar, we had a very dynamic keynote speaker, Dr. Arijit Bhattacharya, who enlightened us on the technology for the startups. Dr. Feryal, Mr. Senthil, and Dr. Srinivas Rao also added more value to the startup ecosystem. Plenary session 6, which was chaired by Dr. Pinaki Ranjan, had Dr. Lena Brady, Dr. Raymond, who enlightened us about the entrepreneurship ecosystem and the trainings given at various universities. The plenary session 7, which was chaired by Dr. Sampath Kumar, we heard Dr. Deepak Walkar, Ms. Vandana, Dr. Ismail Abbani, Dr. Seltos, and Professor Anuj speak about the various facets of entrepreneurship. Plenary session 8 was chaired by Dr. Shivani Trivedi. We had Dr. Abha, Dr. Deepak, Somit Saurabh, and Mr. Atul Pandalkar, who spoke about the various facets of entrepreneurship and entrepreneurship education. Plenary session 9, as chaired by Megha Jain, she gave a detail. And this was what we had in the 3 days of exclusive, so many speakers from across the globe speak to various educators, students, and all the audience from across the globe who joined us, and hoping that they gained enough knowledge. I would specifically thank Charmaine and her enthusiasm in creating such atmosphere wherein all the session chairs, all the keynote speakers are so very enthusiastic to share their point of view in the teaching and learning process of entrepreneurship education. I always feel age is just a number. I get more energy and more, more enthusiasm from whenever I speak to Charmaine, that there's a lot that has to be done in the field of entrepreneurship education. And Such a platform gives us amazing need for collaboration with institutions, with industry, and 3 days of extensive teaching and learning experience. I, as a person, learned so much and always look forward to being invited by Charmaine to do such a thing. It is indeed. Thank you, Mr. Dr. Vishnu, for having me as the plenary session chair. Your university, the organizers did a wonderful job by coordinating. I like the template that you provided. Everything was very, very nicely done. Hoping that all the 3 days was an excellent learning, teaching experience for all of us here and the audiences too have gained something from joining in this 3 days plenary session. Thank you, Charmaine. Thank you, Dr. Vishnu, for having me as the chair for the valedictory function. Over to you, Charmaine. Hope I did not exceed my time. I was trying to wind it up at the earliest because it's the 3 days of extensive speeches. Over to you, Charmaine.
Thank you so much, Meghna. It's always nice to have someone on the team. If I need to run out very quickly, I just can say, Meghna, please fill in for me. So yes, we've come to the end of the session. So before I do the thank yous from my side, I would like Dr. Vishnu, my partner in crime, my partner at Podomoro
Yes.
University, my co-organizer, and I know I'm coming to Indonesia to do another full-on event next year. So I want to hand over to you to please say thank you from your side, and then I will continue after that.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman, for the time. So, ladies and gentlemen, and Chairman, of course, all speakers, participants, and also committees, as we wrap up this event or amazing symposium, I would like to give a big thank, of course, goes to Chairman first from CGM. Your contributions to collecting all the speakers and organizing everything have been truly invaluable. So very thank you so much for this. And also special thanks to the Deputy of Entrepreneurships, Ministries of Cooperative and SMEs, Republic of Indonesia, for all the support provided, which has made this event significant, especially for our country, Indonesia. And of course, to all incredible speakers and panelists, we appreciate your sharing, your knowledge, your experiences with us. You have inspired us all to think bigger and also aim higher. A special thanks once again to the heads of our study programs in the faculties of Entrepreneurship and Business for the Podomoro University. So Ibu Dini from Entrepreneurship programs who leads us all, and Pak Samuel from accounting programs, Pak Leo from business law, and also Ibu Win from hotel business. Of course, your support have been crucial in making this event a success. To all lecturers and also students who got involved, thank you for your enthusiasms and participations. And of course, you have already brought this events to life. And of course, big thank to Eka, earlier Eka, who took care of this admin works. Okay, you kept everything running smoothly. Thank you very much, Eka. And for information, this year, this is actually the first time we held this event in Indonesia, Charmin, and ladies and gentlemen. It's been a fantastic experience for us. And next year, we're planning to deepen our engagements, especially with the government, and bring even more universities from across Indonesia, ASEAN into the collaborations. And start from now, there are already like 5 universities from Indonesia would like to join our events next year. So that's a really good news, Charmaine. And also, we're excited to see how we can all grow, yet even more opportunities for innovations and also entrepreneurship. So as we conclude with this events, so let's take more actions based on this. So that's why Chairman, we plan to compile a kind of book chapters based on these symposiums, and we will read all of these speakers to invite them to contribute. So Pak Sam is from the head of accounting, faculties of entrepreneurship and business will lead for this. And once again, thank you so much, Chairman. Thank you to all speakers, all panelists, and all committees. Looking forward to see you again next year. And until then, stay creative and keep the spirit of entrepreneurship. Thank you very much once again. Okay, over to you, Chairman, please.
Thanks, Dr. Vishnu, my partner in crime. Thank you very much. So I also don't want to waste a lot of time because we're excited. It's been 3 long days. So for me, the best part of the symposium was that I learned that entrepreneurship educators can either be masters at it, they can be totally mismatched to entrepreneurship because some of us are thrown into entrepreneurship and we can come from law and medical and wherever else. And of course, then there are those who are just misplaced. They're just in the wrong place at the wrong time. So I want to just say that this actually was what drew me to actually doing this symposium and getting the students here to also understand what the ecosystem is. So to all, I always say it's my speakers, to all my speakers, my session chairs who have actually assisted me, also the industry experts, my public-private partnership who have come on to bring you a symposium of this magnitude in another country, absolutely free of charge. Everybody has dedicated their time and their energy and the effort to actually do. No one has paid any money towards this. Secondly, I want to thank the Deputy Minister of Corporates and SMEs of the Republic of Indonesia. She was simply my highlight because I just loved hearing everything that she said about the startup ecosystem in Indonesia. So thank you very much. And I know that next year we're going to have bigger, better. I'm planning already for my long stay in Indonesia next year. Also, I want to thank the attendees because if we don't have attendees, we don't have students, we don't have academics and global partners, no one, this actually means nothing. So thank you to all our attendees for attending the 3 very long day sessions. We know yesterday was very jam-packed. There was no time for a break yesterday. So thank you so much for that. So thank you also to all the universities, to the public-private partnerships who sponsored and partnered to get this event going off the ground and to sponsor their logos as well so that we can make this actually such a global, authentic event. So thank you so much for that. The backup team, thank you so much. I think they must have thought I'm a dragon because there were 3 sets of backup teams. They are a very young team in Indonesia. This is the first time they're having such a big global event. So I just want to thank everyone in the team, the backup team of Indonesia. I've just said to them, I want all your photos and screenshots. I'm going to just post it on all my social media. Thank you to Herlia, who I drove crazy. We had everything prepared for the last 3 months. She has really assisted so much in getting the flyers ready and everything that we have here today. So thank you so much to Herlia. And finally, I just want to say thank you so much to my partner, Dr. Vishnu. You've been so supportive and, getting the Deputy Minister on board. So thank you very much for that. And I really, really am looking forward to having a fantastic, fantastic session next year. I'm actually excited. I'm already kind of like planning which month I'm going to get there. We are going to have an even bigger, better a session in Indonesia with the ministry who's given us so much of support, because without the ministry, we wouldn't have had this event. Thank you to everybody. So before we go with the certificates, I just want the entire team to please put on their cameras. Can the team please put on the cameras? These very young students who have assisted us for the 3 days on this huge global platform, please put on your screen so that we can, your camera, so we can at least take a screenshot of all the backup team, and then we can go with the certification. Is everybody here?
Yes.
There we go. Oh,
Okay.
fantastic. Please do the screenshots. Fantastic. Thank you so much. I'm actually going to do what my camera. There's a lot of people missing at the bottom. Please, the team. There's a big team. Thank you all very
Okay,
much. I'm the
for
one
the
that's been driving
screenshot,
you crazy. Thank you.
I will count so that we can get a best
Screenshot,
features.
yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
1, 2, 3. Okay. Thank you. Once more. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Awesome. Okay. So, Jeannie, are you going to go ahead and read out the certificate names? Or is it going to be Dr. Vishnu? Who's reading out the certificates? Or you want me to do it?
Okay,
Okay,
for the
go ahead.
certificate, we would like to present the certificate first to Bu Siti Aziza, and then
Next. Yeah.
Next,
Just
yeah.
move them along. Yeah, just move the slides along.
To Dr. Wisnu Sakti Dewa Broto, and then to Charmaine, thanks for being our partner and for the collaboration the whole 3 days, for the whole 3 months with Herlia. Thank you. And then to all of the speakers, awesome speakers, we would like to thank you to Dr. Namrata Acharya. And then next maybe to myself, to Prof.
Just read them. It's fine. Just read them.
Yeah, to Prof. Rajiv Roy, to Dr. Yogesh Mita, to Prof. Khairuddin Sudarmin, to Dr. Nilam Sasena, to Dr. Binod Gimire, to Pak Jonathan Gultom, to Dr. Subrata Chattopadhyay, to Dr. Syamta Indrajit Hika 2 Lianace, to Prof. Prafula Hate, Lina Elkoli, and then to Prof. Vandana Tripati, to Prof. Meghna Dena Bandu, thank you for the valedictory speech as well, to Dr. Dimitri Borovikov, to Dr. Amit Kumar Marwa, Dr. Sinu Jain, Srini Doka, to Dr. Jyoti Chandwani, Faris Alami, Dr. Syajulin Benedict, Dr. Rima Lamatin, Dr. Radhika Minaksi Sankar, Prof. Sunita Tawar, Dr. Arijit Bhattacharya, Dr. Feryal Abadi, Senthil Venkidesan, thank you, sir. To Dr. Asrinivasa Rao, Dr. Pinaki Ranjan Bhattacharya, that is here too. Thank you, Dr. Pinaki.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. And to Dr. Obrian M. Kali, PhD, thank you. Dr. Raymond Hosinko Banjuela, Kaemba Moale, Dr. Sampat Kumar Nanda Gopalan, Dr. Deepak L. Waikar, Vandana Sharma, thank you. Ismail Akbani, Dr. Ilham Sentosa, Dr. Shivani A. Trivedi, thank you. Dr. Ahbar Risi, Dr. Deepak Saha, Soni Surab, Atul Padalkar, Prof. Mega Jain, Dr. Gavatege Sadi Ganamotse, Prof. Joy Patra, dan
Thank you.
Din Dejong. Thank you, all of the awesome speakers.
Awesome. Thank you very much, everybody. We've had speakers. I let her do that on purpose, Jeannie. I let you do that on purpose so that you can know where the speakers came from. America, South America, Middle East, Africa, South Africa, Dubai, India, 5 continents from every corner. So thank you to all our speakers. Thank you to the backup team. Thank you to everybody. Goodbye. We're going to definitely see you next year. Thank you all. So go and have a lovely late Sunday lunch. Thank you so much, everybody. Goodbye.
And from my side, thank you, Dr. Charmin. for your wonderful coordination, cooperation, and team building for this entire event. Thank you. And thanks to Dini as well. Thank you.
We will send the recordings. We will send the recordings during the course of this week. Thank you so much, everybody. Have a lovely Sunday.
Thank you, Charmaine. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
All
Thank
the
you.
active speakers. Thank you, the backup team, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. You can stop recording. Okay, so Dini, is your team here? Is your entire team here?
Yeah.
Are they all here? The team?
No, it's not the entire team, just the team for today. Yeah.
Okay. No, it's fine. What I want you to do, so the recording has stopped. Okay, good.
Yeah.